Welcome in, welcome in. I already see you guys rolling in. This is just a quick live, guys. I didn't advertise this at all, but this is just a thought that I kind of woke up with this rise, and I want to do a build on this. We talk about the toxic behaviors of men and women often. We do, and I think it's time that we talk about the harmonic behaviors, what it takes to truly create a beautiful life with a partner. We talk about what breaks relationships down, and we've done that. We've done that. Um, but today I want to talk about some things that can make relationships work. And I'm going to start by being somewhat of an example. Uh, I have a relationship that is very different, as I am polygamous, right? So we deal with things really multiplied to what a monogamous relationship would experience. But we have managed to create harmony. We get along. We have our eyes on the future. Our children are happy, and we've been a great example, at least for polygamous couples. Most people recognize us as the poly family, based on how we represent ourselves, how we carry our family, and really, 6 years strong now. We actually are one of the longest relationships, public relationships out here. Okay, but it's not. This is not really about my specific relationship. It's really about what it takes to manage a relationship. I always talk to you guys and say relationships are about the people in them. Well, many of you guys look at our relationship and say, I could never. Well, what does it take for us to manage a relationship where most of you look at it and say you wouldn't even give it a shot, right? And these ladies right here, shout out to them. Okay, you can see that based on their lens, they could never. You understand? And so, what I want you guys to understand is that there's something here that we have going on that enables us to uh, really navigate this relationship without turning into jealousy and anger and all the resentment and all those types of things, like even monogamous relationships ultimately do. Divorces at an all-time high. I welcome in. I'm Chosen Home Creations. As you guys comment, I will be giving you guys a shout out as you come in. We're just building up. I just started this live is all of a sudden. Okay, so I do realize that me in defending myself, I've knocked myself completely out of my algorithm into a whole other sector, and so I have to do the work to pull myself out of that place. So we're going to keep straight on topic, and we're going to carry through regardless of how many is in attendance. The main thing is that the messages are sharp and my people know that I'm back on it. You understand? So, again, the title of this live is Ladies or Women, Your Submission Will Make Any Man Submit. Okay? Know your superpower. And for all of you guys on here now, you may say, what do you mean? What is a woman's superpower? Well, you got to hang on for that. That's kind of like the carrot. You understand? You got to wait for that. But and you'll know what your superpower is within this same live, though. You don't have to wait for days for it. You know what I'm saying? But if I just told you now, what would you be here for? What would be the point of it, right? But we always talk about this word submission. It's a hot button word, right? A hot button word. We don't like that word anymore. Women are running from that word. Submit. I ain't trying to submit. 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 Nope, I'm not doing it. Get somebody else to do it, right? Um, I want you guys to understand that men submit as well. If you guys want a beautiful life, now I don't know exactly what you guys want out of your life or what you want out of your relationships. I've very much known what I wanted out of my life or relationships since I was a child. I knew I wanted a family. I knew I wanted children. I knew I wanted it to last. Okay. I don't know how you guys imagine your relationship. I didn't imagine it to be, I'd be some wealthy person and she'd be some dime piece baddie. I didn't think I wasn't in the clouds with this. Um, I grew up in a big family, and I guess I think I knew I wanted a family. You know what I mean? Um, How did you guys grow up? What was your mindset growing up? As we do this live, I want you guys to think back to how you guys thought about family, um, yourself in a family when you were a child, right? Did you imagine marriage to last forever? Did you imagine it to be harmonic? Did you imagine you guys would work together, that you'd stay home, or just what were your thoughts? I'm interested in that as we move forward. We're going to get into the live, but I want to say this first of all, ladies. You have no idea how powerful you are, and that's just a fact. And I'll say that clearly. You have no idea how powerful you are. Many of you guys will come home saying, "Whew, finally made it out to the mall, went to the grocery store, and no man approached me today." A man is never. That's not a man's world. We don't get people approaching us, regardless of how attractive you guys may think we are. That's not our life on a norm that women run up to us. But you guys can't walk through a mall without men coming up to you. So it shows you have a power. And you may say, well, that's just in a man's weakness to run up to me. Hey, his weakness is your power. I mean, honestly, they're running up to you. It shows how powerful you are, right? That you can just walk through a place and get people's attention in this way. But you got to learn how to use this power. It's one part of it. Okay, so you have a superpower. You may think this power is in control or in force or in resistance, but it's not. It's not. Thank you, Queen Jamie says, welcome in, everyone. It's not, family, okay? The true power, the kind that moves a man, the kind that shapes a man, that elevates a man, is found in your femininity, your softness, your grace, okay? So today I'm going to show you why submission, when done correctly, can make any man submit to you in ways you never imagined, okay? We're going to get to it, and I'm going to hit play and let the video do the talking for a little bit. And when we get to the main part that I want to break down, I'll stop it there. They're going to be going through some inner workings of my relationship. And what I want you guys to really think about or focus on here is clearly they're not for this, okay? They're doing the interview. They're being interested, but you can tell that this is not for these ladies, okay? And so there's a bigger message I want you guys to see here, okay? Very kind ladies, beautiful ladies, very good countenance about these ladies, okay? But you could tell that they weren't for polygamy, okay? Let's play some of this interview, and I'll pause it at some parts. Let's get to it. No, man, we're in love.
You have 2 wives.
Yes, ma'am, I do.
First of all, I feel like it's hard having one wife.
It is.
Is that emotionally draining at all to be responsible to cover 2 women?
No, man, we're in love. We have a beautiful future that we're building together. I couldn't be happier.
How did you come to have 2 wives, and did you always believe in polygamy?
No, I recently studied polygamy, or say about 4 or 5 years ago when I was beginning to practice.
What made you research polygamy? I
was researching our culture, actually. And so I learned that practice of polygamy was better for our village and spreading and growing back then.
Okay.
And so I can see a lot of benefits to practicing polygamy. Number one, it's more bodies, it's more people. Survive better together. With multiple people working together with the same goal in mind, you can accomplish it easier.
So if you get into argument with one, do you carry that same energy over to the other? Or it's like, no, I'm mad at you right now, but now I'm still cool with you. Or does it just like cross over?
Oh, I'm carrying that energy. I'm totally kidding. No, not at all. You have to be real good at managing your energy. Absolutely. You can't take one energy from one to another.
If you're mad at one, are you talking about that one to the other?
Never. No.
Come on.
No, that's a sacred relationship.
On my nerves right
no, not at all. I go and I fake it and act like ain't nothing going on.
Peace, family, and welcome back to another episode of It's Negotiable. I am your co-host, Ernestine V. Morrison.
And I'm your co-host, Amber Ty.
And you already know, if you are part of the It's Negotiable family, what we talk about on this podcast, setting boundaries with people, places, and things that do not serve God's purpose for your life. But because of your obedience, some things may actually be negotiable. And today we have a very special guest. interesting perspective and ideology. He is a spiritual, what do you call it? On your page, you have it written. It's a spiritual advisor.
Mhm.
You are a life coach.
Yes, ma'am.
You are a speaker and entrepreneur.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Kevin Wesley is in the building. Welcome.
Thank you. Pleasure, guys. Obviously, it is a honor to be on your show, and I hope to have a great build with you guys today.
It's going to be a great build indeed. So, Kevin, we asked the first question we ask everybody
Mhm.
is, what is something in your life that used to be non-negotiable, but now it's negotiable?
I guess I would say I used to have a one-track mind when it came to my personal beliefs. We all were raised with certain belief systems, you know. It was non-negotiable. You had to believe what I believed exactly how I believe it. But now I've learned that the world is a mighty large place, and we got to be accepting of how each other see the world. So God is all.
Oh, okay. So really what I'm hearing is like just flexibility and fluidity in the way
Yes,
you
ma'am.
think. Okay. You're really showing me like it's just the power of belief.
Yes, ma'am. And
What
I'm
do you
so
put-
sorry. I got to make sure because I got 2 wives and it could be an emergency in a second. I'm so sorry. Hello.
Wait a minute.
You know, because Lacey just had a baby and we couldn't get a breast pump at first, so we had to get one from this place, and they're trying to meet us to pick it back up. Okay.
You have 2 wives.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
First of all, I feel like it's hard having one wife.
It is.
Is that emotionally draining at all to be responsible to cover 2 women?
No, man. We're in love. We have a beautiful future that we're building together. I couldn't be happier.
How did you come to have 2 wives, and did you always believe in polygamy?
No, I recently studied polygamy, or say about 4 or 5 years ago when I was beginning to practice that. So I got married, first of all, when I was very, very young.
Okay.
Probably like 19 or 20, we got married.
Okay.
We stayed together for about 15 years, separated from there. And I was single for about maybe 4 or 5 years. And that's when I researched polygamy and all those types of things and how I'd like to do my next relationship.
What made you research polygamy?
I was researching our culture, actually. And so I learned that, you know, the practice of polygamy was better for our village and spreading and growing back then.
Okay.
And so I can see a lot of benefits to practicing polygamy. Number
Mhm.
one, it's more bodies, it's more people. Survive better together. With multiple people working together with the same goal in mind, you can accomplish it easier. You know, so my wife, of course, we had 3 children together.
Mhm.
And I felt like there's no person better to do that type of union with,
Okay.
other than with someone who I've already had children with. That'd be crazy to go out
Oh,
here.
so one of your wives is your original wife. You're the wife you
Yes.
okay. So
Mhm.
you guys were married, had 3 kids, you guys were both on this monogamous journey.
Mhm.
And then how did you, when you started studying polygamy and you decided this is the road you want to go down, was she immediately with it, or did you have to kind of convince her or show her the pros and cons of this new lifestyle change?
So I'm studying polygamy, and she actually, of course, she mothers my children. We are like best friends, so we talk about literally everything.
Yeah.
And so in talking about it, she liked the sound of it herself. So she would say, I think I might do that too. Now, at this point, we're not talking about practicing polygamy together. I'm dating a few women, deciding how I want to be polygamous.
Okay.
What type of women I would be with. If our plan and goal works well together, you know, just vetting, making sure you find the right person.
Yeah.
I found out that dating isn't for me. Okay. Because, you know, when you date multiple women, it just don't work out well. You can make promises all you want to about trying not to get serious during the dating process. But if they do get serious with you, you better be getting serious with them, or they're gonna attack you. So they started beating me up online and lying on me and stuff. And so I just decided that it's really not wise for me to continue trying to date in that way. You know, so I said I gotta set myself down somewhere.
I've got so many questions. Okay, let's back up just a little bit.
Wait, he didn't answer the question.
Oh, he didn't? Okay, I'm
Well,
sorry.
your wife, when you decided to bring,
Right.
I introduced this new idea,
Mhm.
and she was like, well, maybe I would like it. But you guys, it sounds like she was talking about more being open.
Well, no, she was saying that she was saying that if she ever were to get married again, she could see herself being poly, because she couldn't see herself giving herself solely to a one union again. You know.
So immediately she was on board with it.
Well, with me, yeah, but she was saying that she was open to the concept moving forward. Period. When I went
got it.
through the thing where the women were lying on me online, I got very discouraged. I didn't want to date anymore. But there was one of the women I was dating. She was very understanding. She showed me maturity, and I knew then that she would be somebody who I practiced polygamy with. And then my wife, or my ex-wife, she called me. She encouraged me. And it just dawned on me, what am I doing? Why am I trying to build with somebody else other than someone who I know I can trust? And my wife, Jamie, and I, we've never had an issue. I actually left her. I didn't truly understand the meaning of marriage. I thought you're supposed to feel head over heels in love all the time. We got married super young. You know, she got pregnant. I wanted to do the responsible thing. So we got married. After about 15 years, I asked to leave because I didn't feel like I was in love. You know what I mean? So I know that's irresponsible because it's someone who you asked to marry you. You now essentially going to leave them. And they've given you their life, so to speak, you know.
So you left
I left.
and came back
And came back, yeah.
with another wife.
Okay, thank you for the
Well,
because I was confused.
You came back with another wife.
we all met before.
And she
we
said,
dated
everybody come on
before.
in to eat dinner's ready on the table.
Well, so they officially met. I asked Jamie on the phone if she would consider doing poly with me because she did say that she would be open to it, and she was excited to do that. And so I allowed, hooked it up so her and Lacey could officially meet each other. They met each other. They sent me a photo with them together. You know how girls take pictures. I was blushing to get that photo, of course. And we planned a couple of dates and stuff like that to get more familiar with each other and all. And before you know it, we were one happy family.
And both of them just got along great.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we all get along great.
Okay, so she's being all fluffy. I want to get to the nitty gritty. So when I hear that, I think, oh, this man wants to have his cake and eat it too.
Cool.
Yeah.
This man wants to have a big orgy.
Yeah.
This man is a free. These are all things that people,
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
you know, when they hear that, that's what they think. And I remember I was dating this guy and he did not practice polygamy anymore, but he used to. So I had a lot of questions for him.
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm like, so do y'all all sleep in the same bed? And he said, no. I said, so how does that work? He's like, well, one night I go over here and one night, I was like, oh, no, sir.
Mhm.
So how does that work in your household, if you don't mind
It's
me?
the same as it works for him. So believe it or not, it's not about sex. It's about the companionship and working together. I've never had a threesome in my entire life. Not once have I had a threesome. They're not into that. They're not into each other. So it's not, a big orgy type thing. They're both my wives. I dedicate my life to making sure they have all they need and protecting them. But we live in one big old house. I was telling you because I live where I lived earlier, but we found a big mansion there with a beautiful lake behind it. So life is like a vacation, and we all work together on our crafts to create our life.
But there's separate bedrooms.
Yes, each one of us have our own bedrooms. Absolutely.
Is there a schedule?
Yeah, I'm like, hell, is there a schedule?
There is a schedule.
See, now tell me about the schedule. So it's like Monday and Tuesday, I'm over here. Wednesday and Thursday, I'm over here.
Yeah, my schedule is hectic. Monday and Tuesday, I spend with Jamie. Wednesday and Thursday, I spend with Lacey. Friday and Saturday are my own days, but those nights, I sleep with each one of them. Sunday.
I'm sorry,
because-
rewind. The Friday and Saturday night, you sleep with each one of them?
We'll say like on Saturday night, I'll sleep with Jamie. Friday night, I'll sleep with Jamie, and then on Saturday night, I'll sleep with Lacey.
And what if you break the schedule?
I don't break my schedule. I don't break the schedule.
And then on Sundays, what?
I have to get up at like 4 or 5 in the morning and transition.
Okay. This seems like a lot.
It's
First
hard
of all,
on me. I know, Lisa, I know you,
you
guys
already
are
have a
thinking
work
that
schedule
I'm
for work.
winning here, but
now
no,
you have
I'm
a marriage schedule?
Right. hmm
And the women, do they ever feel like they're competing with each other or like fighting for your time? Or you fighting for your emotion or love?
No, and that's why I make sure not to break schedule. I don't want that happening. It'd be easy to happen, especially if you got, 3 people who's never practiced polygamy at all. And all they've known was monogamy.
Mhm.
I'll say I've been probably the biggest issue because I feel guilty. Where we all full well understand what we did,
Yeah.
but I still do feel guilty. So I'll often check with them. Are you okay? You good? I promise I'm good. Why you tripping? So it mainly just be me in my head.
Because I'm not gonna lie. I don't want to share. I just don't. I want you with me every night.
Mhm.
And I was looking at your Instagram and I saw one wife to me. It looked like one wife in particular stood out.
Mhm.
And I was like, well, maybe it's because they just had a baby.
Mhm.
But I'm like, no, I'm
Yes,
not
sir.
I don't want to be second. So how do they not feel that way? How do they not?
Are they both first or is one the head wife and then there's the second?
Now, see, here's the point I want to stop at or pause at. Do you see the lens that Ernestine and what's that? Well, it just left my name. It left my mind. Forgive me, love, if you watch. But from her lens, she's very monogamous. You understand? She's very monogamous, And you can see that for her, she would have so many different things going through her mind, which would be natural thoughts. And listen, I can't deny that Jamie or Lacey has ever had these feelings that they may have, but it takes some sort of woman to be able to deal with that and not project that, because those feelings would be very real. I could do something to create those feelings. It could happen. Yeah, ladies could view it as competition. Absolutely true. That could happen. And this is why I maintain the schedule. I can't play around with this, right? I have to make sure that I don't create opportunities for the devil, right, to speak. You understand? Because when you entertain these ideas, they can become very real. And mind you, this can happen in monogamous relationships. So what I'm trying to show you guys is what she's explaining could be very real for a poly relationship for someone who entered in it and they weren't ready for it. They weren't mature enough for it. And I hate to say mature. I would say that they don't have the personality for that. Okay. But in a monogamous relationship, the same things can happen. You could start competing with his work or his friends, or wondering if you're just as pretty as his ex, or he could be wondering the same things. And these things can get into your mind and cause resentment, cause you to move differently. And most of the time, or a lot of times, something's wrong with your partner. It's not even something necessarily that you've done. It's due to that devil on their shoulder, to be honest with you. And this happens in relationships. So mind you, here's what I want you guys to think about. When I talk about relationships, notice from my perspective, I keep saying working together, legacy, creating a life, where she's focused on the nuance. What about if I get jealous? What about if you spend more time with her? What about if I'm second? What about, and these things would get in the way, these nuanced things would get in the way, because working together is ultimately the goal. And if these nuanced things are now critical to you, he likes her more than me, he celebrates her more than me, they seem closer, they seem happier. If that's in your head, it might bleed into you working together. It might actually impede you working together with this person to create that future. And so you really got to figure out a way to block out that negative energy. You've agreed to this relationship, and you have to know that this is part of it. When you get in a swimming pool, guys, there is some adjustment period to it. Sometimes it feels very cold when you get in, but you'll notice the longer you stay in, your body adjusts, and then it becomes your comfort. It becomes warm, and it's cold when you get out. Poly is a difficult relationship for anybody period, I would imagine, because it's multiple people, multiple personalities, emotions. But for a monogamous person, I can tell you, this is my toughest relationship while it is my most harmonic. Okay. It is my most harmonic relationship in terms of our goals being focused on the same place and working towards them. When Jamie and I were married together the first time, I worked a job. I wanted to get promoted, to take care of the family, but I didn't have the family implemented and working together towards something. You know what I'm saying? And so this family, I think, is more efficient for getting into the future and surviving. But it's the most difficult. You understand? Because I do have to manage multiple relationships and things like that. I am only one person. I have children as well. But if I were to think about these things, okay, it could bleed into working together. Hey, I'm only one person taking care of all these people. It's tough. And I could find all these negative things and say, you know what? This ain't for me. But the goal is to work together. And when you do this, because let's say in the beginning, okay, I had to resource every single thing, okay? But my first goal was to get Lacey to a place to where her page was monetized, Jamie to a place to where her page was monetized, because they both worked, okay? And I wanted them to be able to move in with me wherever we wanted to live. And so we were not bound to where they live, so they could be able to leave their jobs. And so to do that, I got to be able to make this work. And so I can finance all of us until we get our pages to where we're all lucrative and making money together. We're hunting. You got your gardens. I'll be the main sourcer. You guys can get the gardens. Use your bread for stacking, for schooling, whatever we're going to use it for getting into the future. And I've done that, but it wasn't easy. You understand? Because you have to get to a place to where those other gardens are growing. You understand? And so we have sort of like a virtual tribe garden here, where we don't have the land yet. We don't have our fields yet, but We have our ways of bringing in income, right? Bringing in a harvest, so to speak. You see? And that is the goal, and it has to remain the goal. We're trying to do this for legacy, foundation, a cycle breaking, and we can't allow nuanced ideas to destroy that. What we're doing is more important than how we feel today, right? So stay at it, and that's kind of where we are with it. But I love how they're questioning me and not holding back at all. And I can handle this, guys. It's okay. But you can tell by their demeanor towards me. They find me attractive. They find me charming. But there's something here. This guy's polygamous, and you can see that everything in them disagrees with that. You know what I mean? But let's continue watching, guys.
Wife, or like,
there's no first or seconds. We are one.
okay.
Where two or more joined together, I am there also. So you're not three people anymore. You are one. You are one union now. So there is no first or second wife.
So if you get into argument with one, do you carry that same energy over to the other, or it's like, no, I'm mad at you right now, but now I'm still cool with you, or does it just like cross over?
Oh, I'm carrying that energy. I'm totally kidding. No, not at all. You have to be real good at managing your energy. Absolutely, you can't take one.
Look, y'all, she's one of those back home sisters. She cool. Ernestine, she one of those. She'll take off running and laugh. She one of those back home sisters. Look.
I'm totally kidding. No, not at all. You have to be real good at managing your energy. Absolutely. You can't take one energy from one to another. And I can say that most men probably know how to do this, and most women too, especially if you guys have been out dating. You've been dating maybe multiple guys before. You guys don't leave mad at one and take it out on the. Oh, y'all probably do. It's probably what be wrong with y'all half the time.
But we're not in the same
totally
household.
And are you, if you're mad at one, are you talking about that one to the other?
Never. No.
Come on.
No,
You
that's a
gotta say,
sacred
"Oh, they keep
relationship.
getting on my nerves right now."
No, not at all. I go and I fake it and act like ain't nothing going on.
And do they have their own time together, like their own private time where they're maybe talking about you or venting to each other? Or
I would hope they wouldn't be talking about me in a negative way, of course. But yeah, they have their time. They got their sister girl time. They hang out and have fun.
sister girl?
Yeah.
That's interesting. And, I get it that, I have studied that polygamy, or some people call polygyny, is very prevalent in other cultures and other countries, right? In this Western world that we live in, we are a monogamous culture. Monogamy is a lot of the times tied to religion. So I understand that there's different strokes for different folks, but I find it hard to grapple with.
No pun intended.
That's
different
good.
strokes for different folks.
Not just different folks. Nah, that was all Paul. She says different folks with different strokes for different folks, and I find it hard to grapple with. That is crazy right there. That is nasty work. Pause on everything that was just stated here. You find it hard to grapple with. Whoa, what are we talking about here? What are we discussing? What do you mean by that, Drewski voice?
For different folks, but I find it hard to grapple with.
No pun intended.
That's
Whoa.
good.
Strokes for different folks. I just find it hard to grapple with sharing this.
Welcome in, D-Han. Welcome in, brother. Let me read this right for Terry Dow. Man, Terry Dow's the man, bro. This man need to be on a salary from everybody in the damn saga. I'm gonna do a video that just giving honor to freaking Terry Dow. I swear to God, nobody works harder than Terry Dow. You understand? I swear to God, yo. This is no cap. He do this to everybody. Everybody that he Terry Dow gonna make sure he gonna support you. He gonna share you on his page. He gonna comment. I swear to God, this man deserves a salary. And one day I'm gonna hire this. I swear to God, I'm gonna hire this man. When I'm on my feet, Terry, I'm gonna hire you, bro. I'm telling you, bro. You got a real business you start right now. You are. It's crazy, bro. Let's get into it. And y'all know I ain't lying. If Terry Dow is not supportive, the most supportive, listen, disagree if you want to. All right. Copyright disclaimer under section 107. Listen, I was saying this yesterday. This is what is kryptonite to black folk, okay? Someone really exactly, Roz. Hire Terry Dow. This is what is kryptonite to black folks, okay? Legal jargon. Black folk cannot read legal jargon. We run from that shit. People, he go black people. We be like, copyright disclaimer under section 107, copyright. That is our kryptonite. Slow down, read that shit, fam. Okay. Under section 107 of the Copyright Act, 1976. A lot. Look at Terry Dow. Look, he can't even do legal jargon. Look, he said allowance is mad. He hasn't fixed this yet. Okay. If you're gonna read this, you're gonna have to make sure that you put an E right there, because that's what he's gonna do every time. He is copy and pasting this shit. He got it somewhere saved up, and this is why I said this man is the GOAT. He's gonna hit you with those two every time to make sure that you say this, because he's protecting your page. You gotta love this dude. He probably laughing his ass off. Allowance is mad. It's actually made for fair use. Okay, for purposes, got another S there, for purposes such as, okay, that's right, criticism, commenting, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Now we're gonna go with the second one here too. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statutes that might otherwise be infringing, nonprofit, educational, or personal use. Tips the balance in favor of fair use. That one's correct, Terry. Correct the first one. But y'all know I'm not lying. Our kryptonite is legal jargon. We go cross-eyed. We act like we don't even see it. We don't care. We just sign the line. We don't give a damn about none of that right there. Legal jargon. You put that in front of us, we instantly get weak. Okay. That's what the cops gonna start showing up at your house with. A bunch of legal jargon. Here, read this. You go like, oh, start getting confused and start glitching. Start mumbling and stuff too. We won't read it out loud. We'll read anything out loud. Give us some legal jargon. It's over, yo. All right, let's continue.
Sharing so many sides of my spouse.
Mhm.
I have to share you emotionally. I have to share you physically. I have to share you mentally. And it just feels so unnatural. And I know a lot of people who are polygamists would fight you and debate you and say, no, polygamy actually is more natural than monogamy.
Mhm.
But maybe we are so westernized that we think that monogamy is natural. Maybe not.
Mhm.
I know what the Bible says. I know in the biblical times, many men had multiple wives, but I
Mhm.
also know a lot of those men, it was a lot of confusion going on.
Mhm.
And I also know that there's scriptures that say honor thy wife.
Mhm.
It didn't say wives, it didn't say multiple.
Mhm.
So I grapple with this whole idea and concept of monogamy versus polygamy. And I understand what
Now, guys, things start getting conflated when we start hyper focusing on words, in biblically or anywhere. Men in the Bible practice polygamy, of course, and it does say honor thy wife, but this doesn't mean that because it says honor thy wife means that you're not allowed to have multiple wives. Example: raise up a child in the way that it should go. Does this mean that you can't have multiple children? You would never do that, right? You'd never think that because it says raise up a child in the way that he should go, you wouldn't think that means, well, you're going to have one child, because it didn't say children, right? Or it didn't honor thy wife. It didn't say wives. And yeah, if you honor your wife, you will be honoring your wives, because each wife is to be honored. But, it's just one of those things where things can get very confusing. And, but anyway, let's continue.
what one may think are the pros. What are the cons?
Well, the cons can be that confusion. The multiple parties that you bring into a relationship, it's just is it more money, more problems? I'll definitely say more people, more problems. So you got to make sure everybody's in harmony and they all want the same things. But I'll point out that
this is the goal, because she's talking about how jealousy can come into place on time spent and all these things. And remember, what I'm talking about is you have to make sure you guys want the same things. So your focus is actually on your output and what you can do for your tribe, not internal on the time you're getting. Do you understand? Because if the goal is to leave an inheritance, if we're focused on building that inheritance and you don't see me enough, you don't spend time with me enough. Do you guys see what I'm talking about? There's a different side to relationships where we can ruin a good thing because we're so focused on that moment when life is about seasons. every moment won't be you together all the time. Some moments he got to be on the grind and he got to go get it. And that's for your own betterment. And you may feel like he's at work all the time, but if you hold that against him, you're not being supportive during that time. There are seasons in life. Let him go get it. Support him. Make sure he has the energy. Make sure he's getting the rest. Massage him during that time. Don't make you the problem. Let him focus. You understand? Let him go get it. If he's at work working those double shifts and you're hitting him with "I miss you" and you're never home anymore, and you're not you are a burden. You're making it heavier on him. I always give a horse and jockey analogy where the goal for the jockey is to be as lightweight as possible. Okay. The horse can move faster if the jockey doesn't weigh that much. And this is how you don't weigh that much, by not putting more unnecessary stress on him. It's a season. There's gonna be seasons where y'all gonna be all over each other, and there's gonna be seasons where he's gonna have to put the pedal to the metal because it's crunch time. You understand? And you got to be supportive of that as well. Relationships cannot be all about courting and your emotional needs and wants. You have to know a relationship is a business. It's you're starting a tribe. Grow up. And it sounds mean, but grow up. You're in a tribe. What are you bringing to the table? Did you work in your book to get today? Did you like, okay, I'm going and hunting. What did you do to help the family? Okay. What did we do to get into the future, guys? Because this will destroy relationships. And this is the devil right here. I promise you. And it may come from a real place, but if it's a relationship you agreed to, you know this man is an NBA player. You know he's an NFL player. So you know he travels a lot, right? He's a lawyer. He's a this, he's a that. You know this. And now you're married to him, punishing him for his very job, his very contribution. This lawyer works all the time. This doctor works all the time. So I found myself in another man's arms. So you punished him for his role. So his role was as utilitarian, and he's successful in that role. He takes care of you, but you are cheating on him because of the time he has to spend on his freaking job. You shouldn't have married that man. You actually prioritize time over resources and protection. So you should get into a relationship where someone can spend more time with you. And maybe this guy doesn't make enough to take you on vacations and things of that nature, but he's home with you more. And maybe that's what you value, because you're not seeing this man's value because he's not home. But you got this roof over your head. You're in a beautiful neighborhood. Your life is good, but you're like, he's not here. That's the season you're in. That's the season you're in. You have to get it. You understand? And I do get it. You're lonely. You want this man to be home. You want to spend time with him, and he's always at work. These things are true. But you have to find ways to keep the devil out and keep your eye on the prize, because the goal is your legacy, your children. You want your children to get a legacy. And if you pull him from that and make it harder on him, you're in the way of that. You're an enemy of progress. So your feelings may be there, but you have to set them to the side and keep the mission in mind. Okay, let's continue.
This is difficult in monogamous relationships. I mean, we got to look at divorces at an all-time high. So when people question us and they say things like, how do you know polygamy will work or it won't work? I'm thinking that monogamy is appearing to not work simply because people can't seem to stay in relationships and take them seriously. I mean, it's rough out here. And to be honest with you, and I don't want to, hurt anybody's feelings or make anybody feel crazy, but our practices are poly. We're actually not monogamous as a people. It's a social agreement that we try to enter in. But if you think about how we date, whenever we're single, we date multiple people. And this is how we date. That's why the world looks the way it looks. That's why you have so many children born out of wedlock. We try to be accountable to our poly lifestyles by making it ways so you can have stepfathers and stepmothers. But this is children not born of the person that you marry. Mm-hmm. So it does make us polygamous, meaning that we have. So
you are classifying that as, if you are a stepfather, you are a single mom and you have a child, and then all of a sudden you meet a man and now that man is your child's step. You're classifying that as polygamy?
Yes, monogamy is choosing one love. It's only having one. It's keeping yourself until marriage and marrying that one person and never being with anybody else. The moment that you go get another spouse, another person, that's a polygamous relationship.
Well, I thought the polygamous came in where there's multiple at one time.
No, ma'am. No.
Let me look up the definition, just because
okay,
I
that's
like to
fine.
look up. I like to look up definitions. Go
How
ahead.
long have you guys been in this polygamous relationship?
And guys, what I'm meaning there is you are in a polygamous relationship because you're dating multiple people at the same time. So she is correct. I was misunderstanding her there. But the place I'm coming from is that we practice polygamy, okay? And while you may not be actively with this person still in a sexual way, that person is still very much active in your life. And so that is a form of polygamy. Do you understand? Example, Jamie and Lacey are connected through a polygamous relationship, but they do not have sex at all. But they do have to work together because they are connected to me, and it benefits them both to keep me healthy. Now watch this. A stepfather and an ex-husband, they still are protecting that same woman. When that child is hurt, she still has to call that man. That man is still going to be there. He's still very much going to be an active part of their lives. This is why women say, I don't want no baby mama drama, because they know that man still has to take care of and provide for that woman in some way. If you guys get with a man that already has a child, you must know that his protection is still somewhat to that woman and child. He's not going to leave her completely hanging. He may not be her prioritized protection, as he's not her man anymore. So she may rely on her father, brothers, and things of that nature. But you better understand, he ain't going to let her be hurt. That's his child's mother. And so he can't just abandon her, even though he has another woman. Whenever that child has a need, they're going to have to interact with each other. And so if you go into a relationship with someone who does not have a child with anyone else, you get a perfectly wholly monogamous relationship. No one else is involved at all. But in a blended family, you're not polygamous, you're not together via polygamy because you're not sleeping together, but you have slept together. And that is exactly what has created this eternal bond. And that's why you guys are still having to work together. Now, we make that work, but monogamy is one partner for a lifetime. Do you understand? And so blended families is a way of being accountable to our poly nature. Do you guys understand? When we're single, how do we date? We date people. We date multiple people. That's how we date, family. That's why all these kids running around here. Okay? Sleeping with people on the first night. That's why we do this, because we're poly. Okay? That's really what's happening. And then when we start dating, by social agreement, by social contract, we say we're monogamous. Okay, I want your loyalty. Okay, I want you to be just with me. We wouldn't even be doing this if we were not, like let's think about this, guys. If we were truly monogamous, we wouldn't even have discussions of loyalty. That'd be unheard of. You wouldn't be telling the person, look, I expect not to be cheated on. Are you a player? Like, are you a hoe? Like, we wouldn't be saying this if we naturally were monogamous. It would be totally disgusting to us to think about sleeping with multiple people, guys. I'm talking about men and women alike would be sitting here saying, ew, I wouldn't dare think of it. The sheer fact that we're trying to negotiate a loyal relationship, guys, before I even move on, put a one in the chat. If you think it proves we have a poly nature based on the sheer fact that we have to negotiate loyalty in a fucking relationship, put a one in the chat. If us being monogamous in nature is completely debunked based on the fact that we have to negotiate loyalty, we have to wonder if somebody's going to cheat. Why is that? Like, I'm going to put on a yellow hat and start spying on humans with binoculars from like the shrubs and shit, right? And I'm going to create a whole documentary where it's like National Geographic, right? And I'm going to be spying on humans with a bad accent. And I need to teach y'all how y'all actually are. I mean, I know y'all know monkeys eat bananas. I know y'all don't know what the hell rhinos eat. But I know we know more about other animals than we know about our damn self, right? So I'm going to do a whole series. I'm gonna get my videographer guy. I'm gonna get with Tone. I'm gonna put a hat on. I'm gonna go up to the mall and shit, different places. I'm gonna hide behind the bushes and shit with looking at y'all in slow motion as y'all be macking on each other and shit. I'm gonna look at that's humans in their primal state. As you see the woman send the choosing signal, notice how she walks over into the guy's peripheral vision there, and she's standing there and she's using her body to get his attention. Look here. If you look here, you can see how her shoulders and she starts brushing her hair back over her ear. This is an attempt to send a choosing signal to the male. The male here, notice how he is nervous here. He's a cornball is what you call him. Look at how he's pacing back and forth, trying to decide on how he's going to walk up to the lady. Look at him adjusting himself. He looks at her, looks away again. Look at him. He's so nervous. Look at her. She's starting to get pissed. She's really starting to get ticked off here because he's not making a move. She's seeing his lack of development here showing. She's like, okay, she's leaving. She's tired. Because I want men to be able to see it's y'all fault. She was waiting for you. She walked over there to get in your. See, it's difficult for women. They can't walk up and just get in your face and say, hey, I'm trying to get your attention. They got to figure the shit. They got to get over in your way and shit. Stand in front of you, throw some ass your way. You know what walk, you know the walk you do. Most men don't know how to see this. I see it. I see y'all clearly. No debating. But anyway, I'm going to spy. I'm gonna spy on y'all from the corner, just like we spy on animals. It should be perfectly healthy. I don't want nobody trying to sue me. If we can go spy on the damn giraffes and horses and shit and gossip about what they doing, I feel like I should be able to watch you guys and make a documentary and teach you guys who you truly are, because y'all don't know y'all poly, and that's why y'all judge people who's actually accountable to poly or whatever. But y'all don't know y'all poly. How many people y'all been with? Okay, let's start counting. Okay, let's move on. We are poly by nature, but we are monogamous by agreement, by social agreement. Okay, and everybody put a 1 in the chat that put a 1. So for nobody put a 2. So I think we understand that logically speaking, if we look at how we interact with each other in the world, okay, we are poly by nature and monogamous by social agreement, by social dynamic only. Okay. Let's continue.
4 years.
4 years.
The Bible wouldn't even tell you how to date. It wouldn't even say keep yourself till marriage. None of this would even be telling you nothing if this was inherently in us, guys. It's a programming, but let's continue.
And it's working out great.
Yes, absolutely.
And how did their families feel about this?
Well, actually, from my knowledge, everybody took it well. I can't say what.
My dad would be like, girl, what?
For sure.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. I definitely can see that.
So their families are like, oh, cool, I love it. I'm here for it.
I can't say that
Come
they
over
didn't
for
feel a
Christmas
way
dinner.
about it, but they are highly respectable people, so they
Yeah.
probably just not going to voice their opinions like that. But they
Yeah.
probably would feel a way about that, being that they're monogamous and their daughters
Yeah.
is with what they would call sharing a man or whatever. So I imagine they would feel a way about it, but they haven't voiced any strong opinions like that.
You have a daughter?
I do.
And you'll be okay with her being in a polygamous relationship?
Sure, because I understand the meaning of it. I know it's not about just sex or anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Now,
if
does
every
the
man
polygamy
had
work both ways? What if your daughter chose to have multiple male partners? Is that okay too?
Yeah, that's a different form of polygamy. You know how you called it polygyny and things of that nature. It would be called polyamory, I believe, or it's another word for it. But it's a woman with 2 men, so to speak. And you're absolutely right. And some women do that. Some women actually have 2 men.
Yeah.
Now, for me, when I look at that dynamic, I don't see the harmony in it like I see with a man and 2 wives, simply because both men can't get her pregnant at the same time. She cannot give them both children at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
In a world where you're trying to create children as quickly as you can, multiply as quickly as you can, it's more efficient to have multiple women than multiple men.
So is that
they'd
the
have to
purpose
wait.
of this? To multiply?
Yeah, to build a tribe, to start a village. Absolutely.
So I know a lot of people who practice polygamy, that is their main reason. The foundational principle is legacy and nation building. And that is technically how you build a nation. But I wanted to look up the textbook definition of.
And before she does that, guys, did you notice? I think it's we're at 17:45, and I'm going to quit disrespecting this lady. We're going to get her name because sweet lady. And I hate to not say her name. And I was thinking, damn Amber. I was thinking Amber, and then Amber from the saga made me say she wants me to say Amber because I know Amber, but it's Amber. Okay. Apologies, Amber. I know an Amber, my Rolly. And yeah, I'm sitting here not wanting to call you Amber because it felt like Amber, but Okay, Amber Ty, beautiful name. Let's continue.
You know,
Now,
if
does
every man
polygamy
had a,
work both ways? What if your daughter chose to have multiple?
as quickly as you can, I don't see the harmony in it like I see with a man and two wives, simply because.
So what Amber's going to say here is, so that's what it's about. And you can see the look on her face that I think that's kind of a shock to her, because there's so many people who think it's about sex. But I want you guys to understand how disrespectful to God or universe that would be. Is that you want a relationship just for sex but no kids? That's crazy. I just want to have sex, but I don't want to have kids. Why wouldn't you want to build a family? What do we, you know, you guys, now, if you already have children, that's one thing, but you know that you guys have to get into the future, right? This is why the spider will give his life to be able to procreate. When you see these animals in nature and you see that the female kills the male, uses him as sustenance and all, and they still come and mate with the women, why do you think they do that? Because they want to get their DNA into the future. That spider multiply into the thousands based on how many babies the spider has, and that spider gets to multiply, and it'll give its whole life to that. A man is supposed to give his life to multiplying, to making sure his children take on his mind, his resources, his body, his strength. And I think we're looking at the world inappropriately, and this is why we don't value women, because we don't understand that she is the bridge to that. When you don't value sex as something holy, a prayer to God for a child, and you only see it as something that feels good, you have to ask yourself, are you the devil or are you God? Because are you living in flesh? Are you truly living in heaven? Because sex ain't just for your enjoyment. It's not just for your enjoyment. If you look at all the things that's happening during sex, it shouldn't feel good. The reason the body makes it feel good is because it wants you to get into the future biologically. We have devalued each other based on sex, when the reality is, if we would value what sex actually truly means, we would value the person attached to it. A man is not just a penis. A woman is not just a vagina. You're looking at, this is the port and the porthole to someone's biology, to someone's ancestry. And we just be out here playing with that. We do. And listen, I'm not coming from a place of a person who's always practiced purity. Obviously, it's a gang of women in my wake, right? That talk shit about our dealings, right? I've obviously been out there. But the way I look at the world now is I was wasting my seed. I was moving too quickly. I didn't understand what our bodies was, and we've been totally convinced to be very loose with our bodies. We should take things more seriously. Now, if you're single, I can't tell a person how to date, how you date, sleep with who you want to sleep with, whatever you want for your life. I cannot tell you how to spend your existence. Okay? But if you're in a relationship and you don't have any children and you're talking about building a future for yourself, you got to know that sex is a prayer to God for a child. You got to know that, you know. But I see how she's so shocked to hear that. Like, also, it's not just to be having sex. No, Lord, no. Think about this. If it was just to be having sex, why would I take care of these women? When I'm a good-looking guy, I'm charming, women fall all over me. So if it's just about sex, I could just do flings. I can have a woman every night of the week and not have to give them my resources. They could just come and enjoy my environment, for a day or two and get on back. And that's the end of it. If it were truly about sex, you got to understand this. So what people often do is say it's more than one woman. So this guy must be out here playing and not taking anything seriously and just about sex, and he's a freak. And it's the total opposite. I am taking care of two women with my life that they're depending on me. Guys, this is not what you think it is. Okay, and that's why a lot of men try this and say it ain't for me, because they realize it's not something to play with. These people's lives are depending on you. Let's continue.
Both men can't get her pregnant at the same time. She cannot give them both children at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
In a world where you're trying to create children as quickly as you can, multiply as quickly as you can, it's more efficient to have multiple women than multiple men.
So is that
they'd have to wait.
See her face? She's like that's the reason? Yes. It's not just about just sleeping with a bunch of women.
To
build a tribe, to start a village.
Think about this. The ladies involved in a poly union, they see this man's genetics, his stature, his direction, his discipline is all things they want their child to embody. So they want his genes. They want. Now, I heard a girl saying this the other day, that if a man has reached adulthood and he hasn't had children yet, she questions that because she said, ain't nobody trying to steal your genes? Like, ain't nobody trying to steal your, what did you say, lady? It was the most weird conversation because she said steal. And I was like, women think like that. They're thinking steal your genes. When they say, I'm gonna keep that baby, it's more so, now you got some good genetics. I'm keeping this. And I'm not saying all women think like that, but I thought that was a crazy conversation where she said, let me see if I can find it. I know I saved the video because I was going to do a review on it. Hang on. I'll look real quick. I'll show it to you. If I don't find it now, let me let this rock and I'll look for it. Let's go.
Absolutely.
So I know a lot of people who practice polygamy, that is their main reason. The foundational principle is legacy and nation building. And that is technically how you build a nation. But I wanted to look up the textbook definition of polygamy, which is the practice or custom of having more than one wife or husband at the same time. So yeah, to my point, I think it's the same time that makes it polygamy, because I don't know if I could say a single father or a single mother who goes to find a new partner and have a stepchild or mother for their kid is now polygamous, because it's the same time part that I've always felt made it polygamy. So saying all that to say, wow.
Well, and that's why I say that we have relationships that make up for our polygamous nature. So of course your name is, say if you take someone who, let's take the Bible, for instance, it gives us leeways on how to do marriage. It says to keep yourself until you, sleep with one person, and that should be your husband or wife, right? And then it tells you until that person passes away, that's still your husband or wife. So the way to only be married again is if you are widowed. So that says that spouse has to be dead. And that's why marrying again wouldn't be considered cheating on your spouse, adultery, because your partner's gone. When you make that lifelong covenant that till death do us part, that is forging an agreement that you're with that person forever and no one else. Even if you say, we don't get along anymore, we're breaking up, we're ending a marriage, then that means that no one else, you're not supposed to be with anyone else if that person's still alive. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But I guess I get it. You know, of course, you're asking someone to stay single forever because, or stay alone forever because the relationship that they got with didn't work. So that would be unfortunate. That'd be completely unfair to ask people to be alone like that. So of course we make different agreements. You can get married again. You can, get in other relationships and things like that. But I'm mainly speaking to how we date when we're single. We date multiple partners. And that's why you get so many children.
When you're single, I think you definitely date multiple partners.
It's when we're in a relationship that we say, okay, let's stop seeing other people, and I'm expecting your loyalty and all these things, right?
But it seems as though polygamy for men may be a little more advantageous or beneficial because you have two partners, you have two loves, you have two people nurturing you, two people investing in you. Or I don't know if the women, what are the benefits for women?
You get a sister wife. So it's not required for you solely to support this man and nurture him and cook every meal, to clean for him and, have his back every single day like you can. You get your own time to yourself. You get to focus your energy in building your business. Your sister wife gets to build hers. You get a business partner out of that with your sister wife. Imagine like this. We go back in the day to before the Matrix. How do we survive? I hunt, you garden. Or we all hunt, we all garden, right?
Yeah.
An extra wife means an extra gardener. It means extra hands. Extra children mean extra employees. So whenever you're marrying for building a tribe, then you plan to create your own businesses and employ your family. And so the more members, the better.
Now, listen, guys, we grew up with a monogamous concept, and it was get a guy that likes you and you like him back, and y'all go live a life, right? And you depend on him, and he depends on you, and y'all do your thing. And polygamous concepts, okay? It's not about the same things monogamy is about, okay? You really have to go to our natural state. You want a man with good genetics. You want your children to be healthy first of all. He wants a woman with good genetics. This is why he is more attracted to youth and a woman who is in shape, because these are signs of good health. Okay, This is why you are attracted to a muscular guy, a tall guy, a strong guy, because these are signs of good health. You weren't manipulated into being attracted to what we're calling beauty, which is actually health, good skin, good teeth. All these things are signs of health. We call this beautiful, but we should start saying that person looks healthy. This person looks healthy, because you can take even a person who isn't the most attractive. If they got smooth skin, they together and they're in shape, don't they all of a sudden become attractive? I mean, really think about this. I always tell men, with men, it ain't no such thing as ugly, because if we don't have the face, we can build the body. We hopefully we can grow a beard, and we can earn money. And because we can become so efficient in life, women will overlook what we look like. So if we're ugly, so to speak, we could be the most attractive to women still because of what we can do for them, what we earn. If we're strong and physically fit, women will overlook this. Okay, and this is just a fact. And a woman is the same way. Let's just say her face isn't a 10, but her body is magnificent. A man would obviously overlook that. He would say, "Boy, he would say she is beautiful," because he still sees the totality of her. Her face ain't the prettiest. And he may be thinking that, but he'll find something. She got nice eyes. She got like nice. Either way, the case, you don't have to be perfect, so to speak. So it's not about beauty. It's really about health. You're looking for overall health. Okay. You find someone healthy first of all. Then you want to make sure they're efficient, that their actual body of theirs is being used. So he's strong. He has stature. He has muscles. How fast can he run? How much can he hunt? And in tribal times, a woman wanted a good provider. She did. And if he was a great provider, multiple women wanted that provider. And you're thinking, I don't want to share. I don't want him sleeping with all of us. What you guys got to understand is that's the goal. You want him to sleep with all of y'all, because y'all teaming up on the same property. And all of y'all having children by this same strapping man who got all this muscle and strength. Y'all about to run a dynasty, because your sons, who you think they're going to work for and hunt for? Their mothers. So as you guys are getting older, okay, you don't want to till the garden your whole life. You want to retire, and your children, your tribe take that on. So the more tribal members, the better. And you eventually had a kingdom. So a man who could manage multiple relationships on the same property and keep his home, his children on the property the longest was the richest, because your land was your bank. What you could grow on your land, what you could fish off your land, what you could hunt off your land, this was everything. So the longer you keep your children on your property, working for your cause, tilling your garden, hunting off your land, this makes you richer. When you send your children off to go start somewhere else, you just lost, because now all their children that they're going to build and cultivate is going to grow up on their land over there somewhere. And that's what our world looks like. Our children don't grow up on our land, but they grow up in our house. Then they move out and they go take their children somewhere else. And all of your legacy should be to your last name's benefit. I want 100 years from now, we call ourselves the Rise family. We are changing our last names to Rise. We want that to be something that is strong, and that we have an acreage of land that we still maintain, and that we all live and spend together and grow together and eat together. I want to build a legacy. You understand? And so if we thought like this growing up, okay, find a good man. Men is be as powerful as he can be as strong as he can be efficient as he can be, and for the woman or women that he take on, and women make sure that their accountability is in finding the best suitable man to bring their offspring. Now you think about all of these low lives out here, men who are criminal, men who are not smart, men who don't care anything about life and creating children. They run from children. They don't want children, but we're giving them children. And now we're trying to force them to be fathers. A lot of men are gay. A lot of men are in prison. So this reduces a lot of capable fathers to give your legacy to, for women to give their legacy to, their life to. So there are men out here who would love to father multiple children, but they're not really getting access like that, okay? And so what's happening is we're recreating bad men. We're recreating men who are not trying to be fathers, who are not trying to create legacies, who is not trying to be a resource and protection for the woman that he has a child with. And that's who you guys are giving children. So I would say the men who are focused on the future and want a legacy should be the man that earns multiple women, multiple children, so he can teach his children. Because if you're having children with more suitable men who have a mind, a heart for the future, and goals for the family, your children would be better off. These children aren't better off when yes, you got your own man. You said you got your own man, but he got 3 other baby mamas. You said I couldn't share, but that man that you got a child with, he has children with 2 other women. What if all your children need him at the same time? See, we don't think about these things. But if all your children is with one man, does that make any sense? But let's continue.
Hire me a nanny.
I'm like, I can get a housekeeper.
That's needed
I
in
can
the
get a
village as
nanny. I
well.
can get a chef. Why do I need a sister wife?
Well, again, a sister wife helps to bring in more.
Nannies do not get an inheritance. Nannies, cooks do not get an inheritance. They get paid for their service. You're not part of the family if you're a nanny. You're employed by the family. Let's continue.
Children to the lineage, helps to help you tend the garden, all these types of things. So, I mean, you could have a nanny, but a nanny don't get much out of doing those services with you and your family. That's not really theirs. It's not their legacy. So what that would do is cost you and your husband to pay a nanny now to come in and do that, where a wife is bringing to the table part of another part of the relationship, other children and all of that.
See, for me though, a sister wife is going to cost me too, because it's going to cost my peace of mind. I don't want to share. I don't. I just don't.
I completely understand, and I honestly wouldn't argue with that. From a monogamous perspective, I always say relationships are about the people in them. So if you know that, what you would call sharing, or being with a man who has multiple wives or whatever would bother you, it's probably not for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, but it's not bad. It's not bad if that's not for you.
I just would love to get in their minds, not what they tell you, but really in their minds. Do they ever have these moments of insecurity? Like, does he find her more pretty than me? Does he enjoy her company more than he enjoys mine? I just had a baby. I feel like a big balloon because I know what it is. I have a 4-year-old. I know how I felt after I gave birth. So is he, getting it in over there, and I'm just over here with a baby stuck on my breast? And
See, I love how honest Amber is. Okay. Because if she were to get Jamie and Lacey alone and get in their head, so to speak, this may very well be true. But this is why I say a woman's submission or femininity is her superpower. Because if this is true, they're not bringing this to me because they already understand this is a manifestation in their own mind. You understand? They chose to be poly. They know they know these feelings will probably happen. I'm the biggest problem with saying, are you sure you're okay? Are you sure you're all right? They're encouraging me. Yes, baby, we're good. We know what's going on. I don't want to. If Lacey walks upstairs and I'm kissing Jamie, or Jamie comes in the house and I'm upstairs and I'm kissing Lacey, I'll feel nervous, like I got caught in something. Okay, I'm silly because these are my wives. Okay, I'm very silly. One time, me and Lacey was in Dave and Buster's, and Jamie was on her way to meet us there, and me and Lacey was holding hands. And when Jamie walked in and saw us, I let Lacey a hand go, like I got caught in the act. I am the damn problem. Okay. So I'm her in this relationship. It ain't them. And now they may have this in their mind. Okay. And I'm sure it would be there. I'm sure that they've had moments where they have these type of questions. But I think what's most important is that they prioritized our goals and visions to say, okay, listen, let me get that ready. Because I can sit and entertain that all day. I could entertain that all day, but let me put my focus where it can benefit our family. You see what I'm saying? Let's continue.
and he's not even attracted to me, or I'm not even attracted. I just feel like all these things could fester and turn into issues, turn into real mental issues. Like I'm questioning myself because of you might be, like I was saying on your Instagram, I felt I had to scroll way down to see your other wife. So I was like, dang, he sure is highlighting this one. So in my mind, I would be like, oh, why are you highlighting her over me?
I be doing both, so just so y'all know. They said that in the comments too. One of my wives is very shy, Jamie. She don't really like the camera that much, and Lacey, she's perfectly fine with being in front of the camera. So I think that's a lot of probably what you're saying. If we all three of us together, they'll say Lacey looks more happy than Jamie. It's just Jamie ain't. She ain't all smiley. That's just not her personality type. So
we gotta have a part two with the wives. So listen, you have two wives. You all live in one home.
Mhm.
You have separate bedrooms. You have scheduled times with each wife. You have this wife on this day, this wife on this days, and then there's days where there's everything is mutually beneficial for everybody.
Because I got a house full of children, and
You have a
Daddy gonna
house
spend
full
time
of
with his
children,
We got 4 children, 3 with Jamie and 1 with Lacey.
and that is your idea of building your perfect nation.
Well, now even if I were monogamous, I still believe in creating your own business and employing your children. I call it baby bird syndrome, which is what we have with our children.
Mm-hmm.
Often, you know how baby bird waits for us to come home and bring it its food. Our children do this even when they're old enough to be getting their own.
Mm-hmm.
And because we don't actually teach them how to be part of a tribe, like if they were a wolf, they'd be hunting with us, learning how to hunt with us. And because we go to regular jobs, we don't teach our children how to access, with us. So we end up taking care of our children much longer than we should be having to take care of them. They should be actually a benefit to our tribes and not a burden.
That's a good perspective, for sure.
Yeah, because the goal is if something happens to you today, how efficient is your child with taking care of themselves?
Mm-hmm.
And so if they're actually going out and learning how to hunt with you, learning how to make money like their parents because you created your own business,
Yeah.
then if something happens to you, then you're leaving them something to do
Yeah.
versus them trying to get out here and get hired by somebody,
I do
or with
often
their
think
hand out for an allowance when they're old enough now to be earning something, but they're
I
still
agree
like,
with that. Yeah.
And right there, they're hand out for an allowance when they're old enough to be contributing to the tribe. D-Ham, you're welcome to come up with that question, brother, because I would love to get your take on this. And actually, I'm gonna hold that thought until you can come up. If you cannot come up and you want to ask that question down in the chat, go ahead and ask your question, and I'll go ahead and just have the bill, and you can talk with me in the chat. But if you can come up, brother. This would be a great men conversation because you're raising your children as well. And I don't know if your children I don't know how old your children are. My daughter's 23. Son is 19, and then the other son is 18. So my children are that age where we talk about allowances, and this stuff has already happened for us. But let's see where you are, D-Ham. Welcome in, brother. Welcome in, King. Peace to you.
Good morning to you. Good morning to you. Can you hear me?
Good rise to you, King.
Okay, brother, man. This is a really good. This is really good information. And I can appreciate these two beautiful sisters who's interviewing you. I have to probably go back and watch it from the beginning and watch the purpose of this interview. Basically, a lot of things that they're mentioning to you is almost like I won't call it insecurity, but it is a it seems as if it's their desire is to be secure, right? In their emotions, their thoughts, without feeling like they're competing for someone's affection and attention, and they want to feel like they're the only woman in the room, of course, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think my question would be, for women who thinks like this, is that a issue when how do you cater to when you are vetting or whatever have you? Most women thought process is similar, right?
Absolutely.
They want to be the only one in the room. They don't want to like she said, she don't want to share. And I find that contradicting, and I have something to add to that, because I do feel like women well, let me. I'll tell you what. I'm not going to even ask a question. Let me just give my thoughts. I do believe that you're 100% correct that we have we're poly by nature in a sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
Similar how animals are. There's no designed animal for the next animal. It's pretty much they're just multiplying. The scripture says to be fruitful and multiply,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just multiplying without judgment, right?
Mm-hmm.
oftentimes what I see is hypocritical when it comes to women, because oftentimes if we were to take a poll and find out how many women literally had threesomes, that wouldn't be frowned upon. If they say, "Oh, I had a threesome, but I was young and dumb," that wouldn't be frowned upon as a poly union would be, right?
Right.
The fact that you're even letting them understand that, hey, you got multiple baby daddies, you have multiple sex partners, that it leading to some of these baby daddies, and even after some of these baby daddies. And what when she says, I wonder how your wives feel like if you're promoting one more than the other, that is also the reason why women, in my book, was not supposed to have sex before marriage, because they wasn't supposed to compare their sexual pleasure, compare it to another man. It was never supposed to be that way. It was designed for this woman to only know one man. So, can you talk on those talking points, Kev? I don't have to stay up here. I enjoy your breaking down this this interview that they did a wonderful job really trying to get some insight on what it is to be involved in a poly union. But can you tackle some of those talking points? As
Just know
break this down?
I enjoy your conversation, and you're more than welcome to stay. I like building with any of you guys. Chatty, Lupac, any of you guys who Amber, any of you guys. You're definitely welcome to stay. I like that. Actually, you can ask me certain questions, things I may not think to say, and stuff like that as well. But I'm definitely going to elaborate on that. But before I do, I want to ask you about this allowance thing that I was just speaking on. Did you hear me?
Right. Yeah, I heard you.
So how old are your children?
I have 29, 28, 22, 9.
Okay.
And I have a 21-year-old son.
Okay, my bad. Okay. And did you do the allowance thing?
Yes, I did.
I did too. I used to give my children 500 a month, and at one point it was 1,000 a month. Okay. Right. I realized something. This is not beneficial. You understand? They weren't working.
Absolutely.
And they weren't working. And one time I fell on hard times and found myself having to explain to them, hey, I can only give y'all $750 a piece this time, and then it's going to go down to 300 and 500, stuff like that, right?
Correct.
And now it's like a bill, and I'm sitting here saying I can't get them, but man, and they're depending on it, right? So
right.
I think that we create more problems in how we believe we as fathers are supposed to be for our children. In our lack growing up, we want to give our children all these things, and we think giving them an allowance is maturing them, because we're saying it teaches them how to deal with money and manage money, but we're not teaching them how to earn money. So just imagine a wolf tosses its cubs a piece of meat off of what it just hunted, and expects the wolf to learn how to hunt because of this. You would say you're dumb, Mr. Wolf, right? How is your cub going to learn to hunt when you just did the kill and you gave it a piece of what you ate? It's going to become dependent. It's not going to become a hunter.
Correct.
The only way they can learn to hunt is if you take them with you, right?
Absolutely.
So I think we as parents, we should be getting an allowance from our child when they're old enough to survive on their own, when they're old enough to work. Because what that would do is teach them how to pay bills. That would teach them how to earn money and manage it. I'm not saying you should spend it. I think you should store it up. So instead of you giving them odd amount of dollars per month, they should work and give you odd amount of dollars per month, because that's what life would look like for them. And they probably wouldn't like it. Dad is asking me for a percentage of my money. They're not knowing they're going to get all this back whenever they get ready to invest in their home.
Yes.
You understand? But yes. I think that we are, and here's the kicker. Even if you're not saving it, if you are actually paying off the house with it, that is something you're leaving to them. So they help you pay off your first house if that's the case. And then that's in their inheritance. They live there as long as they want. You're not putting them out. And when they get ready to move out, they can buy their home cash because they can stay there and store up as long as they like. Your children are now working with you to own your properties. And this is what it means to multiply. I think we're multiplying in body, but not mind. Men are having these children, and we are becoming the resources for them, believing that we're the wolf that's pulling the sled, but we're actually the wolves that's guiding other wolves. And so if we're pulling the sled, we get older, D-Ham. And so as we get older and deteriorate, we can't make as much money, leaving the family to keep depending on us, and they can't get as much from us now because we can't work as much. We failed them because our children should be pulling the sled now when you should be relaxing.
I totally agree. I think I love the way that you teach on poly, because you teach it from a tribal concept, not just the concept alone. It is the natural way of life. You understand? Nothing is new under the sun. So when we look at now, we have been Americanized, of course. You know, we have been taught to live based on convenience. We have not been taught to live based on survival.
Absolutely.
So when we're over here, of course, I'm not a butcher, but had I was living in the tribe, I would probably know how to be a butcher.
You'd have no choice.
I would probably know how to. Choice. Yeah, when I go fishing, I know how to. I really good other animals.
Hey, D-Ham, hold your thought. I want you to be able to get this out. Hang on, D-Ham. Hold your thought because you're breaking up badly.
Okay.
I'm going to let you get into a better spot and say that again because I know you're dropping gems. Okay. So let's hang on. Test your mic. Let's see how clear you are now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're still going in and out. Yep, you're still going in and out. So I'll tell you what, I'll elaborate more on your first question until you're in a better spot. So D-Ham was asking me about vetting and how that I see signs in you know, in certain people I was vetting that they would have this sort of mentality and things of that nature because this is natural feelings. And he said it can stem from a place of insecurity and it can stem from a very real place. That person could really see you spending more time with another or really see you enjoying a certain thing with the other one more. And so these can be real, very, very real things. So let me just say, I have saw that, D-Ham. I saw in their conversation that they would be one of those ones who's like, I'm not going to be number two or second to nobody, or would question beauty or what the other one does for me and why I choose them, things of that nature. That would indicate that they're not solely thinking about foundation and wealth and legacy. And so this is a lot of reasons why I made the choices that I made. Lacey has always wanted what's best for her children, her tribe. She was very monogamous as well, but she was one of the few women who did not come in my life based on a poly ordeal. Lacey was asked about being poly with me after all the women lied on me, so to speak. So I would have been poly or with Lacey. But I asked Lacey, would you do this poly thing with me? You know, and I explained it all, and she'd already studied it as well. She said, with you, I'll do this, you know. And it's been great, and we've all kept our eyes on the vision and made this work. It's very real to us. It's something we really believe in. And because we were monogamous for so long, we are having to work out the kinks. There is a transformation period that goes on. It's just like if you guys begin to take on a workout and you haven't worked out, there's going to be some times where you're going to have to make some adjustments. You're going to be sore. You're going to be hurting. You're going to second guess yourself. Did I really do the right thing here? Am I really doing the right thing here? And these questions will happen. But what I talk about is true submission is dedicating yourself to the cause and understanding that with longevity, only will you see it through. And you can't let these thoughts trickle into your mind. But D-Ham, a great question. Jealousy can 100% exist, but you always have to understand where this is coming from. This is momentary. And if you keep your eye on the prize, we can all look back and see a legacy homes and your children healthy and surviving. And, you know, that's the ultimate goal. You understand it? So you have to get through all of that to make it to the end. Okay. Bringing D-Ham back up. You clear, D-Ham?
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
I can. Yes, sir. I can hear you clearly
Soon,
now. Now, what were you saying?
soon as I got up here, my service, my bars went down. Can you hear me?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay. I was just speaking on the fact that you were teaching the the polygamous thing based on tribal concept, and I was just I think I was speaking on that as far as understanding it from that perspective. Um, it's definitely what you're saying is definitely not because of just because you want to be um, having sex with multiple partners. It seemed like you're teaching from a just a tribal mindset of how to build a legacy. But a lot of the interviewers were looking at this from more of a sexual um, desire. Um,
Sure.
and I think if a lot of these women be honest, um, they do or they have, and they possibly enjoy multiple sex partners. You understand? So, but when they want something, they want that man only. When they finally say, "Hey, I want a man that only wants me," then now that's where their mind goes to. But they possibly have had all kind of sex partners that they've enjoyed for different reasons. So that would make them somewhat polygamous, right?
Even if it wasn't pursuing sex for just the standpoint of desire, if they've had multiple sexual partners, because even if it was just while they were in relationships, if a woman has four partners and she's lived with four guys and been with those guys a few years each, she still slept with multiple guys. You see what I'm saying? And
Correct.
if she has a child with one of those guys, then any other guy in her life still has to know that guy will always be in her life, will always have a debt of protection to her and that child, provision to her and that child. He can't let her sleep on the streets. It's his child's mother. When you understand that going into a relationship, I don't know if your wife has any children outside of you or you have any outside of her, but in a blended family, you know, if it's healthy, they're going to be in each other's lives. It's just a fact. And this is because the reason this blended family happens is because we are poly by nature. If we were truly monogamous, this would never happen. And my whole point to humanity is to understand that we have a different nature than what we are claiming here. While I'm being bashed on the internet daily for being accountable to poly in every way, raising even my grandchild is in my home. They are not being accountable that they are poly. In fact, if they're single, I've heard women say, I'd rather be single and just deal with men on who I choose to be with. And I say to them, don't you know they're sharing a man? Because that man, he's not going to resource you. He's not going to dedicate his life to providing for you. He's just going to sleep with you. And he's not just with you. A single man will have as many partners as he can have. So
Yeah.
you are sharing him. Your body's supposed to get you a man, a provider. It is. And that's what a woman's body has always been worth, a man's provision and submission. We've always known this, but it's women who are selling out here, who don't understand the value of their body. That's why I tell women, your body is a superpower. Your sex is supposed to get you far more than a damn bag and a vacation. It's supposed to get you a husband. It truly is. And men are inspired to do that they will give you their whole life for that. They really will. We love women, bro, and we will.
But
We
see,
lay our life down for them.
but see, this is where I'm not saying this is all women, but a lot of women don't. They want what they want when they want it. You understand? They don't want the Russell Wilsons first. They wanna play around as much as they can play around and have their threesomes, do whatever it is that they want to do. But what they have done is they have convinced themselves that it's their body, their choice. But the minute that it's time for them to finally get a man that they feel like they need to settle, they want to be married and all of this, now they want to be the only woman. But over time, they've given themselves to all of these other different sexual desires. So my thing is, oftentimes when I hear women like Royce get up on a panel and say, hey, I've had threesomes multiple times. It's not frowned upon, but you are being targeted for marrying and devoting your life to two women, and people
Great point.
people have a problem with that. Um,
Again,
but if you was out here, like you said earlier, you was out here saying, hey, I just want flings.
hmm
That would be more tolerable, right? For these women, for them to understand that, oh, well, he ain't married. So
well,
I don't know.
well, see, here's what they'll do. Now, women, women, I love women. Women love to have leverage. Okay, they love to have the sexual leverage. When a man has it, they always hate on that man. Okay, so when a man has the sexual leverage that they have, they don't like it. So I have similar leverage that women have. Women love me. Okay, so even if I'm single and dating a lot of women, they're still going to say Kevin's a dog and he's manipulating women and using women because women love me and they'll be around me. But women have that same superpower. But we're not saying, look at her, she's manipulating men because all these men want to take her out and be around her. They want to buy her stuff and be with her.
Right.
So most men don't have that type of opportunity to be with women like that. You know, I didn't know I was a rare until Kevin Samuels, when he would teach on the percentages of men that actually access women. It blew my mind. I thought every man accessed women just based on the standard of women they could get. Because I thought every man could get with women. It's just they might not be bad, but I thought every man could get with women. But then I learned that it's only like 14% of men that actually are visible to women, that they don't even see most men. I didn't know this. And so that when I learned that, it actually highlighted why so many men have been jealous of me my whole life. Because wherever I am, the women are just going to like me. When I was in school, they liked me, and if they couldn't have me, then they'd have somebody else. And men often were jealous of that, you know. And men would often greet me, "What are girls that Kevin got the girls?" And I always felt like everybody had some girls. It's just I had prettier girls, but I thought everybody got girls. You see what I'm saying? I'm not bragging. I'm just being for real, you know. But no, most men don't get entertained by women at all, literally at all. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So that's the huge difference is when women see a man who can get a lot of women, they kind of judge him for that. You know, when they use their beauty and stuff like that to access men, it's whatever. You understand?
Absolutely.
But I think the biggest problem is the inability to compartmentalize. When you're single, that's one thing. When you're in a relationship, that's another. And so I can see why women say, well, I can see why women can do threesomes and all these things while they're single and then still judge me because I'm in an active relationship, you know? But I think at the same time, they wouldn't judge a husband and wife who had an open relationship, because I've seen this where the husband and wife say we can sleep with whoever, but we're together. And people say, that's y'all business, you know, but when it's us, I think the insecurity it strikes at is they think they have to share a man because they're looking at Jamie and Lacey as sharing a man. But I keep saying you're sharing one if you're not in a relationship. You literally are.
Well, I will say this to you, King, as well. You just raised another great point. If there are a couple that decide to say, hey, you know what, let's have an open relationship, because the woman is still somewhat, I guess I would say, independently able to determine who she want to sleep with beside her husband, long as it's not them doing it together. They're women, other people is not looking at it as basically what you have with your two wives, that you guys have a complete understanding, a complete devotion to what you guys have committed to. See, once somebody don't, long as there's no commitment into that, they feel like they have individual thought and freedom to do whatever they want to do, and that's more celebrated and honored and respected, versus someone who actually committed and devoted themselves to their commitment. That then becomes, it feels like they gotta share you. It feels like they're not their own person. They can't think for themselves. This is the irony of it all. You understand?
It is, and you made a point earlier I wanted to speak to as well. And welcome in, Chatty. You're also welcome to come up if you want to.
Hello, Chatty.
And so, shout out to Angie. Much love to you if you watch this on the playback. Angie's been working a lot, but one thing you said earlier, man, that was really good is that women will often have their own sexual past, and now when they're with you, it's, you know, I want loyalty, right?
Correct.
But men do this as well. We sleep with as many women as we can. And then when we get with this one woman, we're like, what's your body count? We start taking appraisals. And all of this shows, man, we're poly. And men are not being accountable to that either, because we have this fantasy idea of women that they are these beings who not supposed to have sex, you know? And in nature, women they use their sex to access a man's wealth and livelihood. I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. And so if you meet a woman and she's grown, of course she's had sex before, but he's sitting here saying, hey, what's your body count? So and then she's like, so you want to take an appraisal of who I slept with before I met you? You see, and it's both people being immature to the fact that we are poly. You know, this woman ain't no virgin.
I guarantee you, Kev, the woman is going to minimize her body count to 1 or 2 people.
Because she knows that her appraisal based on the man, biologically, inherently, he will question the amount of partners she's been with based on her character. He just will. And because we know we live in a world where that type of shame is present, women don't like that question. But I do think that if a man asks a woman that question, it better be that the fact that you're truly interested in her, because she should be able to ask you questions that should coincide. She may not care about your body count, but she may care about your credit score.
Right.
You know, because if you can sit and ask her who all she slept with, this should tell you her character, right? So
right.
How does she get to base your character? So are you somebody, can you tell me your credit score? You might feel not like you don't want to tell her that, you know?
Right.
And what does she learn? Well, you might say, what's it to you? Well, it tells me if you pay your bills on time. It tells me if you are a human being, if you can at least take care of your basic responsibilities. It tells me a lot. And her body count tells you if she manages her body well. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so I think that these questions, while they do matter and they have some indication into someone's character, I think that when you don't acknowledge that you go through life, sometimes you have hardships. So his credit score may not be there. That's actually not a great indication of his character. He could have went through hard times. She could have been with 5 or 6 guys. She could have been with multiple guys. I think every human being can get to a place in their life where they say, you know what, the way I'm living is not fucking working for me. And I'm going to stop it. I don't want to live like that anymore. So if I sit at the table in front of a woman who say, look, I've had sexual partners, but I decided I don't want to live my life like that anymore. 7 months ago, 8 months ago, I would celibate. I don't want to, date sex anymore. I like to wait. But, I would value that. I wouldn't say, nah, you've been putting it out. If you can give it to this person on the first night, give it to me. If I value this woman, I respect that she's done that, made these changes. Because I should have as well. I should have also learned that me freely giving my body out the same way ain't working for me. You see what I'm saying? It don't work for us either. We end up with children outside of wedlock. And when we look at women like, are you a single mother? But hey, you got a child too. And that if you're doing right by the child, then that's money going out every month. So, bruh, you ain't perfect either in terms of if your child needs you, your child is still your first priority, just as hers is yours. So you will hear men say, a single mother can't make you her first priority because she got a child. Well, you can't make her yours either if you got a child. What are you talking about?
Right.
And all this goes back to you not being accountable to the fact that your nature is poly. We're not. Blaming each other for actually being poly because we're about to go into a relationship where we have requirements now. So I don't think I can hold a woman to that. I don't think I can say how many partners you've been with, because we're about to go into a social agreement where I don't want you cheating on me. The moral of the story is, what's her character? Does she cheat? Because it doesn't matter if she's been with virgins have cheated on dudes before. So bad character can be in anybody.
Yeah. Yeah. My only thing is, when people have, it's almost like they're making it seem as if, being poly can some kind of way be wicked, or it looks as people look down on it like it's unnatural. I feel like I would just rather people be honest. Uh, if you came to that conclusion, I understand, but oftentimes people are not going to give you a full insight to how their mind really work when it comes to how it thinks and how it behaves and how how you have to suppress your thoughts. Some of these women that don't that's looking down on poly can literally be in a relationship right now, but let a fine nigga walk past them. You understand what I'm saying? They drooling at the mouth. So it's like, okay, so
yeah, or a man with wealth, or a man with a lot of wealth,
or a man with wealth,
line up for him, right? And it just shows
Absolutely.
their nature. They're not doing this because they're wrong. They're doing this because it's their nature. And I think a lot of men, they hate women because of this, especially when they can't compete. When that guy isn't as attractive as that next guy who gets all the attention, they feel away. And when they don't have what that next man has, and that woman wants to be with that other guy because he has more, we don't like that either because we lost. And men hate losing. We do. We like that woman. We want to get into the future with her. Now you get a chance too because you got money, but that's naturally inside of a woman. A woman cannot be like us. She cannot just choose a man based on just his looks alone. It would put her in trouble. She needs to know this man can be dependable because it's important that she is. If he gives her a baby, she can't function. She's literally handicapped at that moment. She needs a man who's going to be able to provide for her. And this is natural.
But that's when women really understand. See, that's when women have got stuff out their system that come. I'm talking about nowadays. I'm talking about this generational women these days. They got to get a lot of stuff out their system before they even come to that understanding that I just want a Russell Wilson in my life. They'll go through all the futures in the world, get treated terribly, and then finally they decide, say, hey, this is what I really desire. My thing is this, Kev. I tell my wife, any women that I may come in contact with, if we're talking about stuff like that, I would just literally tell them, your attraction was not cut off the minute you got into a monogamous commitment. You still attracted to the opposite sex. So if another brother comes up, and women got a way of what you call it, surveying the room.
Right.
Within 2-3 minutes, and they already know what they saw.
Absolutely.
Right? 2-3 seconds, put it that way. And they already know what they saw. Where we get in trouble is we don't know how to stop looking in one direction. So, but a woman can survey the whole room, and look the brother up and down, and they done already done got their little what you call it, they lusting off on in their head. The bells done went off. But where if a woman got a big booty, we're gonna be staring at the big booty, and then we're gonna get slapped behind the back of the head. You see what I'm saying? So, I'm just saying, sometimes in these conversations, these tough conversations like this right here, women are not going to be honest. They're only going to be honest about the emotions of what they want is in their selfish nature. They're not going to be honest about what all have you done. Like, you done got this preacher now. You done went to the church and got your life together. Now you good. But prior to that, you was out here, sharing a penis and sucking at the same time with another woman. You understand what I'm saying? Like, be real about where you're at, and don't be so judgmental when somebody else say, hey, I'm committed and devoted to this particular lifestyle.
It's true. I mean, you're absolutely right. Most women who have bashed my relationship, I know that if I were a single man, we wouldn't have to be in a relationship at all to sleep with them. And to me, that says that they would be willing to share a man, because if you use a man just for an encounter, or let him use you for an encounter, whatever the case may be, you are doing that. And so I say that you're absolutely right, D-Ham. I mean, you got to be right. You got to be real about it. The sheer fact that women have slept with what you call Jodies and been with more of them than what you would call a Russell Wilson type of guy. It just shows that they were sleeping around for the experience with the guy. Maybe he was charismatic. Maybe he turned them on, and they were actually kind of using their flesh, their loins to date. But they weren't raised to know how to date. And this is where it comes to the absence of fathers and mothers not knowing how to raise their daughters to seek a good male, a good partner, because they do focus on what TV tells them to focus on when they should be looking for quality men. And that's men who want to be with you. I can tell you in high school, most of the girls I liked, they would end up liking the guy who was actually going to play them. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And so I had to learn real quick. You can't just be nice all the time. You see, and then when I stopped chasing like that and changed my attitude, women fell all over me then. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So it is true that they look for a certain type of personality, but I do think in men, that's something we have to develop too. And when you're a young boy, you don't understand what women like, and you do have to develop these skills to getting women, because we do have to get women. We have to acquire the skills. And so once we've acquired the skills and women see what we look like, what we have manifested into being to acquire those skills, they don't like what that man looks like. And that's because we learn through trial and error, right?
Right.
So now they have this guy who's a Jody. They don't really like how he behaves, so they say, but they all giving him coochie. So what they got to understand is he behaves this way because it gets him coochie. So y'all should really question yourself on why y'all enable this behavior, because that's why he moves that way. If y'all didn't reward that behavior, he would stop because he wants women. That guy who you see moving like a Jody, he was once that nice guy who was writing love letters, but y'all don't like that.
Right.
So he stopped. And now you're saying you want that guy, but no, you don't. You always overlook that guy.
Exactly, brother. And that's 100% facts. So I do understand why women desire to be more monogamous at times, and they. Can y'all hear me?
I can.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, my phone about to blow up. But yeah, I understand the reservations and they possibly definitely need to be polygamists have to be explained in this society, because it is almost it's not our norm in today's society. But when you go back into our back to our nature, and back how the world actually had to come into some type of plentifulness and fruitfulness, it was through polygamy. It was through these things that helped shape our world. So I think that we definitely have to be educated. Now, me personally, women, I don't believe, just for the women in the chat, I do not I can't handle two women at one time. So I understand it does take a lot for, like, my boy Kev. I just like, man, he's really showing us something that is very unique within itself. But me personally, man, I don't think I can cater to two women in their emotions, because the emotions, it's just overwhelming for me. But at the end of the day,
D-Ham, you say that from the standpoint of you've only dated monogamous women. So
right.
If let's just say you dated two women who are from Africa, right? They're from the culture who was polygamous, and they both came to the table saying, whatever it is that you do, we want to support you. So you're in trucking, right?
Right.
And you're on an operator?
Yes.
So let's say they said, we'll dispatch for you, okay? We'll take on the certain parts, because you would hire people to do this. You see what I'm saying?
I have.
So now you don't have to hire someone because your wives are doing this. Now all of the profit, your overhead, stays inside. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Now the children that y'all have, they'll be little truckers too, or little dispatchers. You're building a trucking company without ever having to hire a stranger. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
One of your wives may truck too. She might get in the truck with you, and y'all never have to pull over now because you drive and then she drive. One of your wives might not like to travel. She might stay home with the kids and dispatch. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're not coming to the table saying, you like her more than me. They're coming to the table saying you got something, you got a business, and with both of us pouring into it, we can build and have a legacy. And they never bothered you about that. Could you lead them?
Correct.
Could you give them a plan every day to work and get the job done?
Man, absolutely.
Then you could have a relationship, because when you're thinking about managing the emotions of a monogamous woman who's thinking like they are thinking. I don't go through this at home. Jamie and Lacey are saying, is Jamie prettier than me? Is Lacey prettier than me? Lacey went through a lot of changes in her body. She has not once said, are you more attracted to Jamie right now? Jamie has never said, are you more attracted to Lacey than me? These things have never came to me.
Right.
And that would be a burden on me if they did that, because I would feel like I'd have to go out of my way to prove them I'm not, and that would pull me out of myself. You see what I'm saying? They've always allowed me to be. Lacey said this earlier. It was profound. She said one thing that people forget is as well as the influence of the partner, we don't experience the same person because we don't bring out the same characteristics. We share resources and family, though. So you are different when you're with different people. And D-Ham, if you've ever dated single, you know that you're different with this woman than that woman simply because of what she brings out of you. You know what I mean?
That's
and you might be different with a homeboy. Like, man, you might be on some philosophical shit where you might be with another homeboy. Y'all just talk about cars and sports.
Right.
And this is seamless for you. This is not difficult for you. And if I said, damn, you never talk to me about sports, you'll be like, bro, I ain't know you be on sports like that. Like,
right.
You see what I'm saying? If I say, man, dang, you always talk to him about sports.
I totally understand it. And
right.
And you're right. I am speaking from my own trauma.
Right. Well, I would say anecdotal experience because because
I've been traumatized though, Kev. I have been.
Me too. It's crazy.
Yeah.
Man.
So but I do. Hey, I think overall, yeah, in a perfect scenario, you just explained it. And could I handle that? Yeah. 2 women catering to me, you know, doing what I need, you know what I'm saying? Working with my dreams and goals. I would love it, man. But
and
you know,
and you provided for both of them, seeing your face and all of y'all's children. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I still have to deal with that. Because I do have an ex-wife, so I still get on the phone. We kick it. We laugh about the past. We you know, it's very much exactly what you're laying out, because although she's remarried, it doesn't take away that we can be adults and laugh and laugh about certain things when we were just teenagers and learning how to be, you know, in a devoted relationship with each other and having kids earlier in our young adult life. And so we had so many growing pains, and we laugh about those growing pains, you understand? So it's just been funny. And just recently around Christmas, we was laughing with the kids. I'm like, did your mother ever tell you this? Did she ever tell you that? So we just laughing. We got on three-way. We laughed about a lot of stuff, man. And I just feel like overall, you know, this is what you was explaining before I jumped up here. Like, a lot of these women got multiple baby daddies, multiple children. Their children are siblings to the other baby daddies' mothers that got kids by him. So they have to understand that they're sharing a man.
Absolutely. And in this way, but when they're poly, they're actually not. You understand?
Right.
This man is actually sharing his wealth with both of them and their children.
Correct.
You understand what I'm saying? So when your children have access to a man's wealth that you didn't earn for him, that you know is going to last them a lifetime, if you support and building his business, how are you sharing a man? In what way?
Yeah.
Because I guess to the monogamous woman, it's where you're sharing his penis because you sleep with someone else. That if you're poly, you know that's the goal. You want children. A poly union without children is doomed. What is a tribe if you're not having children? When you talking about building a legacy, it's have as many children as you can,
right?
And put them to work. Find their gifts early and put them to work. And what they owe you is a child too. You understand? Mm-hmm. Children in today's world think that their life is just their own, D-Ham. So your children right now, if let's say you're, God forbid, you're passing on and you say you want them to take over your company, they're off doing something else. They're not going to quit what they're doing, come take over your company. But most of them will want access to your wealth.
I totally agree.
You leave them. So they'll want access to your wealth, and what you leave, and what they'll likely do is sell it. So everything you work for is now gone. When men want legacies, let's be honest, we really do. And we're lying if we say we don't. We want someone to carry our wealth into the future and carry our name in the future. We want that. You see what I'm saying? So I think men don't have that thought in mind when we out here just smashing anything. Just like women don't have the thought in mind for a true legacy builder when they're out here just smashing anybody. Because as many futures out here that women have slept with, we done slept with as many Nicki Minaj's or whatever you want to call them. You see what I'm saying? Women who are not here, we are. We'll sleep with a bunch of women who will sleep with anybody, right? And then, then when we get with the woman we want to make sure she ain't like that.
Right. I totally
that's exactly what women are doing. They'll be with men who wanted a threesome. They'll be with men who wanted to pass them around, and then they'll get with the man, the guy, and make sure he's nothing like those men that they've been around.
Right. Exactly. And oftentimes he's catching the most hell because of it. You know what I'm saying? The good brother is going through, you know what I'm saying, all kind of attitudes, all kind of emotional roller coasters, and you know he's trying to cater to those insecurities at this point. You understand? So I definitely understand how it goes, and that's why, like, when these two women are up here interviewing you, you can sense that they've already experienced what they want to experience, and now they have arrived to this mindset that this is I can't do that, child. I would be too concerned if you think one person is more beautiful than me. That's what she's saying. I'm like, wow, you know.
Now here's what's crazy about this, D-Ham.
Yeah.
You know how they'll talk about this 1 to 10 scale, right? If you use that scale, both of these women would be high on that scale. These are beautiful women right here.
Yes, I must admit.
Oh, and the one on the left, Amber, as beautiful as she is, her focus is on if somebody would be prettier if she were in that situation.
Facts.
You see what I'm saying? And so it does show that regardless of how they look, there would still be this comparison thing because she'll be watching him interact with another person. And this is why I said, and it probably isn't for you. Her whole life, she's probably known a man's affection to her beauty. You understand? But for a man looking at these two women, while they're beautiful women, you know, I see dollar signs. I see upkeep, you know, beautiful women indeed. But I'll look at them like they gonna cost me an arm and a leg.
Man, what you talking about? High maintenance, and of course they are independently getting their own bag, but that right there, it sometimes it's some good that comes with that, and sometimes it's some bad.
And right, but see, they're getting their own bag, right?
Yeah.
But take this, okay? They're getting their own bag. And you know, I don't have a problem with wigs or natural hair, whatever the case may be. I just know that natural hair is less expensive. You understand? And so if they are going to do the hair and the nails and all these types of things by these companies that charge you an arm and a leg, say you go get your nails done, it's a couple $100. Your hair, that's very expensive as well. Even if she's spending her own bag on it, that is money that's not going to the tribe. That is money that would be on her. Now I have my own attire as well, so you have to account for that as well. But I know that Jamie and Lacey are natural. They don't cost me a dime as far as their upkeep goes at all. Nails, if anything. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
But I know that to me, I would look at and they may not even be that way. They may say their hair could be natural. You know, Jamie's hair is a lot like Amber's on the left, even in her natural state. When she can curl it up, she can do anything. It can grow out into a fro. She can do a lot of stuff with her hair. And Lacey's really similar. But they both could actually have hair down their back even without the wigs. Who knows? You see what I'm saying? But all in all, they're both in very good shape. I think Ernestine is married. I don't know about Amber, but both of these women are beautiful women. And so you can see that even though they're beautiful, they would still have these thoughts in mind, which shows you it's a natural thing to think these thoughts. You just have to deal with them. You have to understand that in a relationship, voicing these things and acting out of these things would actually make you an enemy of progress, because you enter the relationship knowing you are poly. So I like that she knows herself and she's saying, see, I would be I would be miserable because I would be sitting here judging. I'd be questioning everything.
Correct.
He looks at Lacey and Jamie and says, I would be thinking like Jamie. He posts Lacey more than me, and she's not accounting for Jamie's personality because she's just looking at it from the outside looking in. And that's why I value these types of conversations, because that's what the commenters say. You post, you do more videos with Lacey, you do all this more with Lacey, but Jamie doesn't like that type of stuff. You understand? So Jamie is her own person. Jamie would rather not be in front of a camera and do a lot of talking. That's just not her thing. With Lacey, she lives for it. She's a natural teacher at heart, and she wants the world to hear what she has to say. You know, her environment, even as a childhood, her mother taught her to voice her opinion and say how you feel and say how you see the world. And so she's been engineered to be the person that she is. Well, Jamie is quiet, and what she'll say will be profound, but it'll be a few words. She's not a woman of many words, but what she say, it has power to it. You understand?
Yeah.
But camera in her face, that's not Jamie's forte. Jamie would rather be behind the camera, doing other things. That's just not her place. And so I'm not going to say, Jamie, you need to get on this camera more as much as Lacey so they don't judge us. You know, that would be crazy.
Yeah. But it seems as if they understand, like, it's not like they're out here trying to, in a way, convince the world of who they are. They know who they are. So when you know who you are, everybody's on the outside looking in with some type of judgment and misplaced judgment, where you're judging somebody based on where you've been, where these ladies have been. Like you said, one is divorced. So just going through that alone, that woman is already looking at possibly whatever caused that relationship to not exist anymore, and what role did the man play that caused her to not be in that marriage no more. Like, all of these things matter to what shapes their mind about what another woman may think. Like, she's more concerned about what your wives, I want to get in their head. But oftentimes it's not that you want to really interview them for their opinion and what they really want to really think about being in a poly with the man that they love. It's almost sometimes it is almost to try to make them out to look like they're crazy, or they're not thinking clearly, or they're being held against their will, and mentally they've been brainwashed or something. You know what I'm saying? So oftentimes women look at other women and start this judgment process where they're out here single, can't find a man. You know what I mean? And if they get one, they put all of these conditions to it to where it ain't gonna last past the first date. So I don't know, man. It's it's tough.
And look, I want to say this too before I continue on. I want you guys to look at this picture, and what you're going to get is this. You know why they call me the filter king? Okay. In interviews like this, I don't get to have them. I can't put them on there. Okay, so this is my ugly ass. So here what I want you guys to understand. Women are able to make themselves up, right? They can put on wigs and change their hair color, and nobody's going to judge them for it. This is their thing. Where men have to go out in their natural state. I don't get to do anything with myself here. I could put my kufi on, my outfit on, but this is me. You understand? And so here's what I've noticed in my life, D-Ham, that it didn't matter what type of woman it was, what status she was on. When she was around me, she was the one gushing. It wasn't me. She was the one blushing. It wasn't me, because I've had to develop myself to being truly confident. That's my real face. I got to live in it. My hair don't grow no more. I have to live in it, bro.
Right.
I would like to have showed up here today with a nice head of hair. And that would contribute to my confidence. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I got to live in this. They don't have to live in that. So while they're sitting here, you can tell they're beautiful anyway, but they're also dolled up. They're enhanced as well. I know that they're beautiful anyway, but I also know that I know I'm the man, because I can walk out here in myself like this and still be confident, and I exude that. And so women from every place. When I met Halle Berry, it wasn't like she looked at me like she was some rich person and I was some peasant. D-Ham, I promise you, I could have dated her if I would have wanted to. I'm telling you.
Come on.
Okay.
Come on.
It didn't matter that I didn't have money. None of that matters. When women get around a man that got charisma and confidence and all this stuff, they cannot overlook that. What
Can't
happens is
overlook it.
they're in reality now. They're actually in reality because they like to think that they can't. But when you're around a man who got all of that with him, it's just hard. I promise you. You
Right.
understand? And so even you can see with these ladies, very beautiful. They are both celebrities. They are actually both celebrities. And you can tell. I wouldn't know that. I'm talking to these women like they're just women because, and I hate to say just women, but I just know that the makeup, the beauty, their status, none of that means a thing when we're all sitting here. You understand what I'm saying?
I totally agree. I'm gonna tell you something too, Kev. When I was Faith Evans came to Charlotte, man, and did a performance, and I was up in that joint, right? And then I walked past, you know how you walk past, and she's talking to other people. I didn't want to just go in there and shake her hand, be a fanned out, individual, but I could tell when she looked at me, brother. I could have got her if I could have. She saw me walking by. I could have got me some. I could have got Faith that night. But I was
Right.
like, nah, I'm gonna just chill, keep it pushing, But you feel me? But
It's a
hey,
fact.
that's a wonderful thing to walk up on, to be able to meet Holly Berry, man. That's a beautiful thing.
And I've met many female celebrities, and it's always like that. It's never like they're looking at me like I'm just some low life. I have all their attention. You understand what I'm
Right.
saying? But
Right.
again, it's all because I'm confident in who I am, and men have to be. When I watched the case of Travis Rudolph, and the lawyers were up there. The lady lawyer had on her wig, and she had her makeup on in court, and the man lawyer bald in the top. Yeah.
Right.
He just
Right.
out here, bro. You understand?
No doubt.
And so I'm watching her up here give her argument, right? And she's up there confident as a mug because she up there, she perked up, she got a girdle on. I don't know. She's up there straight because she do all this stuff to fix up. And he got to get up here and he got to convince the jury now. He bald in the top. I just know men got a tougher world because I know he'd be much more confident if he could get up there with a head full of hair. You understand what I'm saying? And so I just know
Absolutely.
men truly have to develop themselves and accept who they are. When women get to cover up, but who's the one up here being insecure? She's like, you gonna think she's prettier than me? Look at these women, bro. Imagine that these two were your wives, and one of them's arguing about if you think the other one's prettier. You're like, both of y'all fine. What do you leave me alone? Why are you asking me that? Because a man can't quantify that. He's not just looking at y'all's faces and measuring them. He's looking at the totality of you, how you walk, your body, your laugh, how you talk to him. This is what attraction is to a man. We cannot sit here and just be like, yeah, you prettier than her. We don't do that. That's just not how we do. Now, if you break it down to a scale of 1 to 10, 1 to 10, with some women you can do that. But with these two women, they're not out of the number. They're not. And I look at Jamie and Lacey the same way. They're not like one is a 5 and the other is a 10. It's not like that. They're both genuinely beautiful women. So if they were asking me that question, do you think one's prettier? I would be like, the answer would be no. You're equally beautiful in your own. What are you talking about?
Equally beautiful. Let me ask you a question,
Yeah.
Kev, because you teach from a tribal concept and mindset, right? Now if you go back, even I think they still practice this, possibly, I don't know, in Zimbabwe somewhere, Africa somewhere, where the ladies get together, they're shirtless, they are doing their dance, and this is like part of their culture, right?
Mhm.
So, is it I don't know how much you've studied other cultures, and in every African, I guess if you YouTube it, you can tell that these cultures, they all have this outfit. They like a mini type skirt, quilt type thing on. They're shirtless, and they're dancing together in unison, and they're doing this for their culture. It's like they're very tribe mindset.
Mhm.
Is that a way to kind of minimize um, low self esteem, um, insecurities? Because all of these women are. It doesn't seem like they're. It does. It seems like if they're able to get up here and march and dance and do their kicks and stuff like that, it seems like they have It eliminates low self-esteem. It eliminates insecurities because they all look like they're one in one mind and how they um, present themselves. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Have you?
So
Can you speak on any of that?
sure. So a lot of, believe it or not, in these cultures, you don't have these insecurities. So it's not that it's not that these rituals are aimed to remove those insecurities. They exist because those insecurities aren't there. See, these cultures, because they don't grow up where they're looking at their bodies aesthetically as to what's attractive. This is not a thing that enters their mind. So the women are not saying, "Oh, my breasts fall farther than hers. Hers are perkier than mine, or her butt's bigger, or shaped like an apple. Mine's shaped like something else, and this equates to my value." Or the men are saying that his member is larger, so he must be worth more than me. These cultures focus so much on your ability to survive that no one is thinking about these things that would be that the America would be thinking about aesthetically. So when you look at these rituals, what you're looking at is rites of passage. Seeing you in your dance, seeing you move, this creates what we would call a natural attraction. This is why women dance today, and it turns men on. How she sways, all this stuff is a natural turn on. And so they believe very much in that mating process, that is a very natural experience because they are all independent. They can all take care of themselves. They can all clean. They can all survive. They're all independent on their own. So this is not an issue of vetting anymore. It's more of having that person that you feel is right for you based on that ritual.
There we go.
If that woman's dance stands out to you more than any other woman's, then that's the woman you pursue. But if she don't choose you, you didn't earn her. She chooses who she likes as well. You understand what I'm saying? And there's some cultures only the women choose. The men just stand there, and the women walk around and size them up and look at their shoulders, their height, and they pick the husband they want. And some cultures are very different, but none of it's about beauty. Now, there's one culture that is solely about beauty, and it's only the men. It's a very unique culture, and I'll show you guys a clip of that before this live ends. But the men wear makeup. The men stand up to be prizes of beauty, and the women choose the men based on their looks. It's literally unreal. And I don't know how this is beneficial to their tribe, but it survives. I don't know why it's beneficial and how they use that as a working mechanism, but it does work for them. But I'll show you guys that tribe here shortly, but it's amazing. But most tribes I've seen, that ritual it's happening because they are free from insecurities. You have to ask yourself, man, a culture that can walk around with their breasts out all day, how could they manage that if they were sitting here sizing each other up? They're not even thinking about that, bro, at all. This is an American concept. This is aimed to get women to spend money on cosmetics, to all think they have to look a certain way. Men have never viewed women in this way, bro. We like women for their uniqueness. We like titties that set up. We like nipples that's large. We like nipples that's small. We like ones that look like little nubs. We like the ones that's big, and we like them all. We really do.
Right. Come on.
We really do. We like all shapes of booties. We like it all. And so the biggest trick is to make women think you gotta have this. You gotta have a C cup or a D. We do not care, y'all. We don't.
That's that part. Because it's like a lot of our black sisters and beautiful our black sisters, they have low self-esteem, and that is now becoming part of I mean it's hard to kind of weed it out of our culture because it's almost like it has become a cesspool. Like we all of our women have some type of trauma or low self-esteem where they look at themselves as they're not beautiful enough, they're not pretty enough, and that's one of the reasons why they're sitting there with all of these long hair that don't belong to them, all of these lashes that is not necessary, all of this makeup that may not be maybe damaging their skin. All of these things sometimes contributes to how they feel about themselves.
True. You're absolutely right. And again, we have a culture that has monetized beauty, and that this is why they think that way. You see what I'm saying? It's a fact, bro. You look at up at any billboard. What do they have? A beautiful woman. They use a beautiful woman to sell you a cheeseburger. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, come on.
And so they're definitely, I mean, in their idea of a beautiful woman. And if you look up in many cultures, what they hide is women with coarser hair and darker skin. If you look up beautiful women, they're only going to show you lighter women. And every culture pretty much does this. It's like almost how they're trying to shape what beauty is. And that's a very, very difficult world to live in. And most women will tell you being beautiful is painful. Because they believe the stilettos and the lashes and all these painful things is what makes them beautiful. They feel like they have to live in. They do feel like that because unfortunately men reward it too. So while we don't truly believe that you got to have the biggest butt, we do kind of reward that because, you know, if she got it, we're going to run behind it. You see what I'm saying?
Well, I do. I think it is, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. And I think our men's attractions are all, you know, could be small, simple. It could be a big booty. It could be a well-endowed breast woman. It could be just a beautiful face. It could be a beautiful smile. I think our attractions are, it can be just how they speak and how they talk and how they respect you based on when you show up in the room. That could be a complete turn on. So I think women needs to stop being so hard on themselves and just learn to love themselves, because the more that they love themselves, it'll make it easier for a man to feel comfortable in their presence.
Right. You're absolutely right. I'm going to hit play, so we're gonna talk on some different topics as we continue, and I want to show you guys that other one here soon. I'm gonna run with it.
I do often think, though, when I hear men in particular have this polygamous conversation and nation building and having multiple.
Actually, let me show it to you right now. I found it.
These are men and they are beautiful. The Wudabé tribe is located in Chad, a country situated in the northern part of Africa. These are the Wudabé men. They take great pride in their appearance. The Wudabé men spend days grooming their hair and skin like models. They often wear elaborate jewelry and makeup. This is the Gayrewal festival. It is a week-long celebration of Wudabé culture and beauty. During the Gayrewal, Wudabé men from all over the region gather to compete in a series of dances and competitions. The men dress in their finest clothes and makeup, and they sing and dance to impress the unmarried women who consider them as suitors by their appearance. Like this video and subscribe for more. These are men.
Now, the only way I can see this beneficial to a tribe is if everyone does this. If you have a beautiful child, they're most likely to get the best woman with the best, you know, whatever she has to offer or whatever the case may be. I could see that being something that could work. But, you know, if it's talked about how well this man puts on his makeup, because as you can see, this is not American style makeup. He's not enhancing its features. You understand? Some of the faces, a whole face is painting red, talking about your best makeup. So what do we as women choose, and how good he can put makeup on? That's what we're doing here. How is this beneficial to your tribe? You know, and so this will require a lot of looks. They do dance, they do other things too. But if it's solely based on beauty, you have to ask yourself, choosing men based on solely beauty, what could be the benefit in that, unless they found a way to make it that, and that would be the most beautiful child.
If you like information,
I love all the colors, man. It's absolutely beautiful.
And educative videos about Africa like this, please do make sure you subscribe and click the notification button so you don't miss any of our latest video. And please like and share this video as well. Don't forget to let us know what you think about this beauty contest in the comment section below. The Gayrewal Festival's history is held in southwest of Chad after the rainy season. Approximately the last week of September, the Wudabé people are behind this festival. They live a semi-nomadic life. Ideally, they are members of the Fulani ethnic group. Wudabé, a Sahelian nomads hailing from northern Cameroon to Chad, Niger, and northeast Nigeria, The Wudabay people number between 160,000 to 200,000 in population. The Hausa, the Fulani, and the Tuareg, among others, view the Wudabay as fierce and indomitable people. Wudabay migrations follow the season. During the short rainy season of July to September, occasional storms bring flooding. September and October are hot and dry, whereas November and February are frigid. The hottest months of the year, March to June, are also the driest.
Catch that. The hottest months of the year is March to June. Okay. So that's very different than most of us. But they're also the driest.
When looking back at the Grewo Festival history, it is held annually during the rainy season in Niger region. Dozens of Wudabay tribesmen gather for this festival. These nomadic tribesmen, mainly young men, gather in elaborate striking costumes that you would expect a Hollywood production. But no, costumes with unique features such as feathers and other beautiful...
This is bizarre to me because, okay, you're going to pick these men based on their beauty, but what is their function and role inside of your home and tribe? Because I know they're not walking around just clacking their damn teeth all day looking like this. I mean, I want to go over there with a camera and ask my own questions. Let's continue.
Feathers and other beautiful adornments are on display in the quest to impress a prospective bride. This is an ancient version of matchmaking and courtship of a grander scale. Men and women
I
prepare...
ain't gonna hold you. They all look like they got some veneers and shit. I don't know what's going on with this tribe, but something about the way they breathing, they all got some damn blocks in their heads, though. They got some nice teeth. I can't hold you on that one.
adequately for this mystic event. It's a colorful centuries-old festival. Men put up makeup, dress up, and perform a series of enigmatic dances to woo a new wife. If they do not get a wife, they at least score a night of pleasure. It's a beauty contest with a twist. Men wake up at dawn to prepare their faces with red ochre, draw white dots on their faces, and don in their best clothes and jewelry as well. They also apply a shade of black and blue lipsticks during the preening sections that last for hours. The Grewo celebration includes...
How are they saying it's beauty if they can't see your face? This dude's scarred up under there.
I'm kind of lost on this on this tribe.
Now think about this. Now this is crazy because we choose women based on their beauty a lot, and they actually cover up, and we don't actually get to see what they truly look like. Where
Right.
men have to walk around in the natural, but we're not chosen on beauty, we're chosen on utility. So in our world, based on how we choose, women should be walking around more natural because we want to see their true beauty and what our children are truly going to look like. You see what I'm saying? It's kind of crazy because these women are gathered to pick the best man based on his beauty, but they're covering their face up with this makeup. So they're covering up their flaws. This dude face like it been really worked on. Somebody done a number on this man's face up over here. I'm sure it's cultural, but ladies, would you guys say these men were handsome that you just saw? Like it looked like they're covering up their ugly.
All right. Exactly. And is that a natural thing for a woman to want to see a man with makeup on to determine if that's the man for her?
It just shows that programming works. If you grow up in this culture, it is because programming works. It shows how naturally it can seem to us that based on where we are, we'll take on what's around us, and it'll be seeming like natural to us. Because if they came here, they probably wouldn't be able to function how we choose, how we pick. Because the men ain't wearing makeup, right? And I think if we went out there, if our women went out there right now and had to choose one of these men, they're gonna be miserable.
Wow.
You understand culture? You'd have had to be brought up in this to value what they're doing out there. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so when I look at their faces, you're telling me that they're going to be chosen on their beauty, but they're covering their face up. That's the opposite.
Yeah.
Unless you're calling beauty their talent in mixing paints and covering their makeup, covering their faces. What do we? Because maybe what they're calling beauty isn't aesthetics on the face; it's the ability to make. I don't know. That's weird. It's very weird.
Yeah.
So it's almost like when you ask a woman what she brings to the table, and the first thing she says is beauty, and you're like, well, why didn't you come to the table natural? Go wash your face, man, and come back here and show what you really look like, because I do want to see what my children are going to actually look like, and that actually might be worth something. honestly, a woman's beauty is worth something. So I think men are not being fair when we act like it isn't. We do care about her beauty. That's why she's sitting there. But what we're asking is, how do you see yourself in a relationship? What would be your role? What would be your contribution to a relationship? So I think a lot gets lost in translation. But their beauty does matter. But if you're saying it's your beauty,
does.
So if you're saying it's your beauty, just like these tribes, get butt booty naked, stand in front of me,
Right.
wash your face, let me see what you look like. I'm just joking.
But I think it matters. I think it matters in certain cultures. You understand? Like I was trying to the thing I was trying to bring to you is when they're like similar what you showing right here, a tribe of men, they all look really painted up the same. It's hard to determine what is the actual reason for them to picking a man in this way. But if it was the roles was reversed and all the women are dressed the same, everything is similar. I don't know if the man is simply choosing her on beauty alone, more than he's just choosing a wife that he's prepared to start building a legacy with. So I just think the insecurities in the way that we would have seen in other cultures how men select their wives, is it solely upon beauty, or is it something else that causes them to say, hey, this is who I want as my wife?
Well, I definitely have the answer to that. And that's really what this whole live is about. The name of this live is called "Your Submission Will Make Any Man Submit." A woman's submission will make any man submit. And there's a certain part in the interview where I'm going to pause it and really break that down. I'd like for you to be here for that, man.
Let me ask you one thing, Kev, leading into that. Okay, we noticed that like some of the past lives we've been on, we talked about once you've achieved a certain level of success, you may have your pick of the litter, right? We talked about that. And let's just say I'm sitting up here with Michael Jordan type money. I can have a house full of beautiful women that's there, partying. But I also, if I decided to say, hey, I want this one, I want that one, similar to what a lot of these rappers do. They'll go to the club and leave with whoever, or they do their thing and then they leave whoever they want to leave with, right? So when you know that it's no longer just simply on beauty alone, it's pretty much access. If all of these women are beautiful, like you just said, these two women you're interviewing, two beautiful women, you're not being too selective at this point. You're just saying, hey, this is my lifestyle, right? So how does that if in fact this can be the norm, then it wouldn't be so much based on aesthetics as you speaking on. Am I right?
Absolutely. You would actually have women saying, this is what I bring to the table. Hey, I'm this is how I can contribute to the tribe as far as us getting into the future. I like what you're about. I like your stature. I like how you as a man have disciplined yourself. I want that in my children, and I want to work with you to achieve our future. And if multiple women are coming to the thing saying this, the last thing they're worried about is if you think somebody prettier. It's literally the last thing in your mind, because you know that has nothing to do with how far you get into the future.
Thank you. Okay.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Yes, sir. All right, let's continue, guys.
Pisting, socializing, and camel racing, in addition to
it have as much to do with beauty as this right here do, D-Ham.
dancing. It culminates in a final dance show in which three ladies of marriageable age who have closely observed the dances during
I do think that whoever's reporting on this got it wrong. They are not choosing based on beauty. They are choosing based on art and face paint, dance, and stuff like that. Because you cannot tell me that they're focused on beauty, even if they use some word that means beauty. They're not looking at your actual face. They're covering their face up. So it's not. I think that maybe sells it, but it's something different. But this is unique because they are choosing the men, and they're not demonstrating that they are utility either. You would see if they were running and jumping and climbing and juggling fire, wrestling, lifting heavy things, because the woman is seeing this man on display. He can be a mighty hunter, but just standing there clacking your teeth and with the face paints, because see right here's what I'm going to say. The same way these people's artistry, right, is being used to manifest a wife. That's how we use physical money. D. Ham said something earlier. If I had Michael Jordan money, my choices would be multiplied. I have women out the wazoo. Why? Because they didn't see you put on a display of your masculinity. They didn't see you do a strong dance or lift something or show how good you can hunt, because hunting is changing this world. It's not about catching a deer or a fish. It's about how much money you can make. And money's fake. It's actually fake. Okay. It takes 2 cents to print $1. That same 2 cents can print a $100 bill. Okay. So the fact that we think money's valuable just shows that we've contributed to the system we live in. It's valuable because we have accepted money as a currency, but it actually holds no power in and of itself. So now the mighty man is the man with all the money. But does that mean he has the best genetics? Does it literally mean that he has the work ethic of a mighty hunter? You understand what I'm saying, D-Ham? Does that make sense?
Absolutely, it makes sense. Oftentimes that is the case. You have men that may look like look how I'm not judging men, but if Lil Wayne is out here bagging all the dimes, you got to ask yourself, well, why can't you? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm just trying to figure out. You're 100% correct, brother.
But you look at Lil Wayne, smaller guy, smaller in frame as well. Now, Lil Wayne does have good genetics. He's a very lean person. So you could tell he's a healthy individual, but he's a smaller statured guy. And I think most women would say he's not attractive, right? Because based on what women want is a tall guy. He's not tall. Right. He doesn't have those redeeming qualities that women typically go for. You wouldn't say Lil Wayne could be a model. But because of his money, you could say, well, okay, I'll deal with Lil Wayne because he got money. Now, here's the value in it, because we live in this system. Lil Wayne's children could also be talented like Lil Wayne. And so now that means that they can make money like him too, because in this world, you don't have to necessarily hunt or fish. You can use multiple talents because we've created money and currency. And now you can date a rich man and not really date him for what he biologically gives you in the form of offspring. Correct. But that's why I say you got to go back to the tribal days. This is why women sleep with Jodies. Listen, D-Ham, you ain't going to find Jodies that don't have good genetics, bro.
Right.
And we say you choosing these men with bad attitude, you choosing these futures. Look at Future. He's tall. He has good genetics.
Yeah.
You understand? So it ain't because he Future. It ain't because he got a bad attitude. It's because he got good genetics, to be honest with you. And if you charismatic and got good genetics, you're going to get a lot of women. It just is what it is. That's just like these two women right here. And not right here on the screen right now. Let's just go ahead and get back to that. These two women right here, guys, they can't walk through a mall without somebody coming up to them. Let's be real. These are beautiful women, right? Lacey and Jamie can't go anywhere without somebody trying to talk to them. I mean, you can just guarantee it. They're beautiful women. And that's what happens. So because of how they look, they're going to have a lot of attention. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And that's the factor of it, bro. And they know this, but we know that that's no indication of their character at all.
Yeah.
And so because they look a certain way, they could be horrible women and they're still going to get attention. Does this make sense?
I totally agree.
Right. So watch this. Let's continue. We're going to get to the actual reason why we're here.
Kids and spreading your seed and be fruitful and multiply. What I do think happens though, when there's all these kids, there's only one of you. Mm-hmm. There's only one father. And although the mother is the nurturer and the caretaker, I do believe that a father having a consistent presence in a child's life helps and aids their development. I do not think it's possible for one man to invest emotionally all these different children. What are your thoughts on that?
So the same way a football coach, a teacher can have so many different students. Mm-hmm. Likewise, let's say your children magnified in number, right? Let's say you got 20 children. Well, some of them are older than the other ones. Some of them are younger. So the example that you set for the older ones, they become bigger sisters and bigger brothers to the younger ones. And you're going to love them all the same. It makes no difference. When I first had my daughter, we had our son coming after that, maybe 3 or 4 years later. I was so worried because I felt like I didn't have any more room in my heart to fit anybody else. As soon as I saw my son, it was the same, you know, and it's been that way with every single child I have.
And there's how many
I love
kids
them
now?
exactly the same. 4.
4. Yeah.
I love them all equally. They are very different, different in personalities and all, but I get to know them all individually. And to me, it's nothing more beautiful than spending time with my children. I believe that's our future selves. That's us in the future, and we're supposed to break all the generational cycles and curses that will be for us, so our children, ourselves in the future, can have a better life than we had.
Well, right now it's 4 kids. But what happens when it becomes 8 kids, and then it becomes 12 kids, and then there's 15 kids? How do you invest in love and pour into emotionally, physically, and spiritually?
As you guys can see, the way that she's thinking is the amount of kids means that the father would be reduced, but he would actually be magnified. For me personally, I've figured out a way to work from home to where my children are actually part of my business. Okay, so being with my children, I've even figured out a way to monetize that. So it's a beautiful thing. And so because I'm in my child's life far more than most men, because most men have to leave and go to work, and they're not around their children daily, but they do have to set a plan in place. So I don't actually think it's best for the father to always be there in a child's life, because on a daily basis, because you do want them to have that time to develop on their own. But because I can find value in, say, D Ham, he's not going to be able to be home with his children all the time because of what he does. And what children learn from that is a man has to work. And he can come back and also monitor his children, make sure they're doing what he's asking them to do. And the mother's there for that too. So both parties work together hand in hand. In her mind, she's thinking that the more children you have, the less they'll get of you. But this is just not true. By the time you have this many children, your older children have now grown. They've moved out. Like you look at Janae. Janae's 23. My oldest is 23. My youngest is 1. You understand that they're not even requiring the same things from me anymore. So to think that I would
basically
directions is wild.
Can you hear me, King?
I can.
Well, basically, she's trying to diminish a lifestyle of poly based on the amount of children that can come out of a poly union. But the crazy thing is, in a monogamous relationship, before there was this social thing to prevent pregnancy, women, I know just early in people who were born in the 40s or whatever, where they was not thinking about birth control, they were having 10 and 12 and 13 children of their own, because they couldn't stop the fact that they every time you have sex you pop up pregnant. So what does that have to do with what kind of emotion that these women, if a woman has 10 kids, she can't give those 10 kids the same amount of love? So I'm kind of confused of her question at this point.
Right. What it shows you is that she's obviously against poly, so she's kind of seeing all these things that would be normal in a monogamous home as something that would be burdensome in poly, which wouldn't be the case. Ma Abdul said it right there, just as you were saying that. What's the difference between a husband and wife having 9 children? You made that example of 14 children. And so I should have made that example to her, and she probably would have said, you know what, you're right. You know, and if I would have said, does the mother reduce in quality based on the quantity of children? I think she would say, not at all. Not at all. The quality of the mother is going to be there at all, because you got to nurture them all. You got to feed them all. And a woman can have 3 children at the same time, and you're not going to say, well, how do they all get a mother if you don't get to do it one-on-one? No, they just have to learn how it works. You got to learn what it's like to have triplets. You know, it is what it is. You see what I'm saying? And so you can see that it's coming from a place of, I don't like this style of dynamic, and that's okay. You know what I mean? But it shows how her mindset, which she probably, I don't know if she would be against having a lot of children, but I know that wouldn't be her mindset though in a monogamous relationship if a man wanted a lot of children. How can we both parent them children? How can we, not be some type of deficient by having all these children? We'll be spread so thin. They'll need so much from us.
she probably wouldn't make those arguments. But if you're talking about poly, if she went into a poly relationship, now these things she would have an issue with. You see what I'm saying? And that's what shows that, yeah, this wouldn't be the style of relationship for you, love. You know?
Yeah.
All right, let's continue a little more.
14 kids.
That's same when you do one. See, whenever you create your own business, your own lifestyle, you get to be with your children all the time. I'm always with my children. I don't have to leave to go to a different place to do work. I figured out a way to earn money from home. And so my life is spent with my children. It's
Lacey, you're absolutely correct. Let me read your comments here. She says children are getting older. So they get older though. So the older children are increasing in independency while the younger are building bonds, and they actually will help you with the other ones. They become a big brother, a mentor, things of that nature, carrying daddy's legacy on. What he taught them, they will teach also. She said, never mind the fact that there are fathers in monogamy that are emotionally unavailable. Absolutely.
Emotionally unavailable.
Absolutely. My Abdul says, my grandparents had 10 biological children, 5 adopted, and numerous others that they've raised in love. Look at there. Honestly, because you don't have to sit around children all day, every day. They do need some independence, some isolation. They do, you know. And so a father that's always over his child's shoulder, you're going to make the child dependent as well. So I think it's very important that fathers do not spend all that time with their children. These roles matter, guys. They matter for a reason. And I always find it crazy when women begin to hold fathers to the standard of a mother and think that he's supposed to be there all the time, when that's not the goal. He has to go out and monetize the family. The hunt can take however long it needs to take. You understand what I'm saying? Yeah. And the mother has to trust that man to be able to go out and do that, especially if his hunt brings back so much more. Take it to Dwight Howard, for instance. He's bringing in millions a year, and you're complaining about how often he ain't home. Let this man work his ass off until 38 and retire. And then you got a man that's with you all the time that you can travel the world with, and he retired by 40. Quit complaining, because you could be with a man that work at the power plant and he can't retire till 70. I mean 80. I mean 90, because they raise the shit every damn year. Sooner or later, the requirements for retirement is you're gonna have to be cremated just to get the damn money. You understand what I'm saying? So if you got a man that can go out and make you millions and he's gonna retire by 40, why the hell are you not supporting the shit out of that man? No, your child ain't gonna get to be with their daddy every day like a lot of other children, but your child gonna have nothing to worry about at all. Nor your grandchildren or their grandchildren. Will you hush and do the bid of 20 years? Let this man do his bid.
Come on.
And this is what I mean by the stage of the life. You got to understand what you're getting. If you go into a relationship where you say this man has an abundance of wealth, no, you're not like you're gonna have a man that's there all the time, because he has to go out and acquire the wealth. You got to understand that. And if you're gonna be the woman who says I can't handle that, then know that what you actually value is time, and don't go destroy that man's life knowing that you can't handle that. Go with the guy that can give you time, and maybe he don't make as much, but you got time when he's home every day. Go stop ruining people's lives, man. It's crazy to me that we'll make him the bad guy because he ain't home enough, but he make millions. Will you leave that man alone?
Yeah, I totally get it.
He could make thousands and be home every night. Would you want that? No, because that ain't enough for me. What makes you happy exactly? Because what you're looking for is probably only one man in the whole world that can give you that, and he wouldn't even want you.
Man,
that dude wouldn't even like you anyway. What do we
That's the part that make a lot of these women polygamous, because they want a man up underneath them and then they don't. They want a man working and then they don't. They want a man who's good with kids, and then they come to the point where they can't stand kids. So I mean, tell us what you want so we can give it to you. I don't know what to tell you.
And as long as that's rooted in things like how tall he is, how much money I make right when you meet me, not how much you can bring to me to help me make it. If it's not based on that, I don't want it, because I would rather have a woman, D-Ham, that was more focused on her legacy than the man. She has an idea of her legacy. She wants a man who's going to be there to raise that legacy, even when they're having grandchildren, and stay together. She wants a man that's going to be focused and not player. And so if she knows she wants a true legacy, she would then find a man suitable for that. Not just be like, well, this man got to be tall. He got to be this. Well, you kind of showing me that you ain't really thinking about legacy. You thinking about aesthetics. Why you want him to be tall? Because when he walk with me, I can't have him shorter than me in heels. yeah, you're silly. You're still childish. Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Do you
Come
see what I'm
on.
saying? I'm
Yeah.
interested in someone who wants to build a legacy. And you wouldn't be talking about my height if you were interested in a legacy, because what I can teach our children will make them wise beyond their years. I would never abandon our children or you. And if you knew that, you wouldn't be talking about how my inches in height. You wouldn't be. You understand what I'm saying?
Big facts.
So I want a woman to love me for my wisdom, my intellect. I definitely want them to think I'm attractive too. But more than anything, I want them to see something in me, not say, oh, he's rich. I want them to see he's rich in potential, and then say, I will work with that man to get him wherever he want to be, because I see it in him. I see him going places. Not, oh, he already got the wealth. Here I am at the finish line. Let me get with him and see how I can help him spend his money. No, woman, I don't want you. I don't want you. I don't want you. No, I want the woman who believes in me and work with me. I don't want the woman I got to buy, because I know you wouldn't even date me if I didn't have this. Why would I do that? Nothing. Need to understand that if it takes you having a bunch of money just to get her attention, you're out of your league. Do you understand what I'm saying? This for men who check the prettiest women, and they got 5 or 6 women who like them, but they don't think those women pretty enough. They want those beautiful women like the women sitting here. But then women don't like you back unless you got something. That means they don't like you for you. Your speed is those women who like you, and they might not be that pretty, but fix them up. Hell, shit, makeup exists.
Come on.
I'm really telling you the truth. The moment that men start saying, I'm going to try to buy her love, she don't like me normally on a natural basis, so I'm going to go out of my way and buy a bunch of things to get her, you're going to fail that way. You need to get with a woman who's naturally attracted to you, man. And that's the only way for a man to truly be happy. If she ain't naturally attracted to you, she's not going to make you happy. You have to spend your life making her happy. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So I know that men can often hear that woman say, when I first liked him, he wasn't my type. When I first liked him, I didn't think he was all of that. And that what that means is they're saying they settled. I want a woman that when she saw me, she was like, damn. Not somebody who was like, he was all right, he grew on me. Men don't talk like that about women. Do we? You ain't never heard no man say she grew on me. I ain't really think she was cute at first. We don't mess with people that we don't think is cute.
Right.
And what that tells you, BM, is that we liked her for her.
Yeah, I honestly get it, man. I think a lot of times what I was talking about earlier, just the women's have been too conditioned to look, to pretty much be very, very much selfish about a lot of their ways that they think about men and in general. So I just feel like overall, you're right. I mean, I watched this show called, in which I'm going to be doing reviews on, Pop the Balloon. And boy, the balloon get popped.
Right, they do.
They get popped over the simplest thing. And it's because, I mean, you may walk in the room and it look like you in a gun. You in a gun shootout somewhere. You know what I mean? But it's crazy. It's crazy.
That's funny. If I walk in and I hear a couple balloons pop, I'm walking right back out.
They gonna see your hat. They gonna see your hat, Kev. They gonna pop that balloon.
Yeah.
Pop.
And they're gonna say he prettier than me. Hell nah. Then he gonna care what I got to say.
I didn't like your hat. What the hat got to do with anything?
I can tell by the way he walked in here. He thought he owned the place. Pop.
Right.
That's crazy. As soon as you start talking, I'm from Chattanooga. Pop. What the fuck?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to tell you. And then one brother went up in there and got the balloon pop. So as soon as it's a balloon pop, they got to go over there and talk to the person and ask them, why did you pop the balloon? You know what I'm saying? So
right.
The girl is over there trying to tell him why she done popped the balloon. He ain't my type. I didn't like your outfit. So first thing dude asked her was like, well, how many baby daddies you got?
Uh-huh. Right.
See, they don't want to be real. This woman got 3 baby daddies. You see what I'm saying? It's like, what the hell?
And she judging him. So what you mean? Hey, look, there's one where the guy said, they asked him how you feel about children or whatever. He was like, well, the last lady I dated, she had 4 children. and I didn't have any. You know, but I do love children. I wouldn't disqualify you because of a child. The lady popped the balloon on him and said, she's asked her why she popped the balloon. She said, oh, because he ain't got no kids. And he said, wait a second, so now not having a kid is a red flag? She was like, yeah, by a certain age. And that's what I was going to show y'all. And she said, how you get to a certain age and ain't nobody at least done stole a baby up out of you? I was like, damn. Basically, you ain't shit because ain't nobody's popped the balloon on your ass with the condom and shit. I said, the way these women think is crazy. So I'm a red flag. So what if I practice safe sex? I'm a red flag, huh?
Red flag, brother.
All right, let's continue a little bit further. I want to get to this main point.
We're together every day. My son, my baby boy, he writes books. I help him write his books. My son, he's an artist. He makes his songs and things of that nature. And my beautiful daughter, she has a daughter of her own. They still live at the home. They still live at the house with me. I take care of both of them.
Oh, your daughter has a daughter.
Mhm.
Okay, so you have a grandchild. Yes.
But she's an artist as well. She's an entrepreneur as well. So basically, I just teach them all how to monetize their gifts so they can make a life for themselves.
Yeah.
And they can live with me as long as they need to. They don't have to worry about anything. So I believe that we go wrong by sending our children out into the world to fend for themselves. I believe that the place that we live in should be where they are nurtured until they can go out and buy their own place.
Is she married, your daughter?
No, she's not.
Okay.
That's why she's still my responsibility.
Okay.
So because she's not married and she's not with the father of her child, then I take care of all of them as if that's my daughter, that's my granddaughter.
Yeah.
So
you have some very interesting perspectives on submission and what it's like for a woman to submit to her husband and actually how a woman and a man are supposed to submit to each other. And there are a lot of single women who are preparing themselves to be a wife or preparing themselves to be in a relationship. What advice would you give to that single woman in her 30s and her 40s that is preparing herself to sow into and pour into a man? What are some tools that you can give a single woman looking to be married?
Well, you mentioned the word submission. A lot of women are afraid of that word today. It sounds like something that's denigrating. That means they have to, so to speak, bow down and give up their power to a man. And that's not what submission means at all. I wish that men and women could embrace that word submission. I believe that a man is who ultimately submits to a wife, not the other way around. We are stronger than you guys, yet we have to ask for your hands in marriage. And only upon you choosing us can we take care of you for the rest of our life. No man can look forward to any woman saying, you sit down, I'll take care of everything that you need. But women can. They play their cards right. If they're soft with him, if they are inspirational to him, if they speak life into him, they deserve the best husband in the world. And they do deserve the world. It's men who look at women and want to give them the world. And because we have to ask for their hand in marriage, it's us who submit to them. Again, we're taller, we're stronger. When we request your hand in marriage, we make ourselves shorter. We get on our knees to where we're looking up to you. And we're saying, will you? And so I always say for women, submission is really truly submission to your own power. When you get frustrated with your man, don't yell at him. That's not how you get him to move. If I get frustrated with my horse, who's much larger than me, yanking him around ain't going to do anything. He's stronger than me. While he's submissive to me, I still have to be kind to him. I have to brush him. I have to stroke him. And that's how I get the most out of my horse, right? Likewise, your man is trying to take you to the end of the world. He's trying to give you everything. You inspire him, he gets faster. You build him, he gets stronger, right? A lot of times you hear a woman say, I don't believe my place is just in the kitchen. And it's not, but it's one of them. And that's a superpower that women have. Through your cooking, you can have more health, a stronger mind, because a healthy body makes a healthy mind, a healthy spirit, and all of that. So if you're giving your man healthy food and he's the one putting the food in the refrigerator, I mean, that's what you would call a healthy relationship, right? So if I always go back in the day and remove like the brick and mortar matrix we have today. If the man is hunting and he brings back the deer, the wife is the skinner and the cook, okay? And skinning and cooking that deer helps him to be able to consume that meal and have the strength to go back out the next day. So the better cook she is, the more he eats, the stronger he is. But if she gets mad at him and don't cook, then he goes back out hungry. He's not going to be as efficient, but your submission will get you everything in the world that you want from a man. I promise you.
So for single women, and women who maybe just want to strengthen their marriages or their relationships now, you're saying that the key is in submission.
Yes, it is. If so, anytime you're going to be in any relationship, you're asking for this person to spend their one life with you, right? Why wouldn't you submit to them? why wouldn't you submit your one life to them? If the man is saying, I'm going to submit my utility, to my strength to protecting you and providing for you, why wouldn't you present your softness into nurturing me and supporting me?
Yeah.
You know, I've seen that a lot of times women struggle in the area of vulnerability, and that is speaking life into a man as if she has nothing to lose. I think so many men maybe have failed women by misusing this strength, because women often fear because they'll say it'll go to his head, right? He'll get full of himself if I tell him all of these things. But the right man will be charged with that. He'll go out and get you the world with that. Sometimes holding your man's hands and looking him in his eyes and just simply saying, I need you. I depend on you.
Yeah.
I believe in you.
Yeah.
That's how you get him to move. It's not, you still ain't done this. I done asked you 3 or 4 times. It's just not the way to get a man to move. And I don't think that's the way to get a woman to move. Even though a man is stronger than you, you don't want him demanding you. You'd rather him ask you with a soft voice, right?
Yeah.
The scripture says a soft voice turns away wrath, right? Yeah, it's submission, because sometimes we'll be upset with you guys, with our wives, and saying it in an aggressive way is not going to do the trick, right? So you still have to stay in your man frame and say this in a way that it can be receptive to your spouse.
Yeah.
Right.
Why do you think submission has become such a toxic word to the culture?
I call them saboteurs, but it's people who input negative ideas into our communities. And honestly make people believe that submission is a bad word. And so they'll tell people or try and convince people that submission is like,
slavery.
It's like slavery. Absolutely. It's sad, but the roles, right. And it's really the roles that we take in a tribe. In a tribe, everyone's going to have a role.
Yeah.
And we should embrace those roles rather than saying, I don't want to just imagine a man saying, I feel like I should have to work and take care of my family. That sounds weird. Just like it would sound if a woman says, I feel like I shouldn't have to clean my home and cook for my family. Yeah. It just doesn't sound right.
Sounds unnatural.
It sounds absolutely unnatural.
Yeah. Yeah.
But you hear it a lot now, though, that now to be in the kitchen is something that is denigrating for her, but to go to work is not denigrating for him. You know what I mean? So again, these are both things that both people should take on. Me, because I'm a man, I know that for me, when my beautiful wives got pregnant, they didn't slow down at all. I mean, I didn't slow down.
Were they
at all.
ever pregnant
did.
at the same time?
Oh,
No. I mean, that's what I mean. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, they didn't slow down. I didn't slow down at all. Where they did, right?
Yeah.
So because I have the utility, because I have the strength, I take pride in going out and winning the world for my wives. And so
I love all of this. All of this, I love. This is this. I got to share. I can't get with that, but everything else you're saying, I'm like, oh yeah, I want that.
You said what?
I said you a cold brother, man. You put that right there in the best context possible. I appreciate that.
Thank you. And you notice how now their body language is now turned towards me. They're opened up. She's not as protecting herself as much because she actually likes the way I think. She likes the way I see relationship in life. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it's the poly thing that she's not against. So she had a monogamous man who thought like me. She would like that. You see what I'm saying? And
well, I think. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, King.
Well, no, it brings to life the submission. And before I get into that, I want you to finish your thought. You good?
No, I was just saying that you definitely need to teach on submission a lot more, because it just brought clarity and understanding to why women should not be afraid of that word, why it benefits them, why it helps them to get everything they need out of their man. Like it describes so many nuances that allows them to thrive and to glow and to be put on the highest pedestal. It is not something that they should be afraid of if they understands that men are wired so different than women. I think that oftentimes the reason why the divorce rate is up so high is because of the toxic thoughts about what a woman should have been able to provide and to contribute to boost up the self-worth of her man while he's working so hard and diligently for her. And I do believe that it will be less broken relationships. But go ahead, my brother.
You're absolutely right. I mean, you're absolutely right. And I'm just going to get into this topic of submission just for a second here. And you're definitely welcome to weigh in, D. Hammond. I want you guys to notice this before I do so. Look at how earlier on we're discussing the nuance of our relationship, the poly side. Look at how her legs are crossed, right? Even her arms are crossed over. She's defensive. She doesn't like how this sounds. But if you go to here and we talk about submission and how a couple should look together, she is, watch this. Look how the body language changes here. She's more turned towards me. She's listening. Both of them are, right? Because as you can see, the idea that a man submits to a woman and how she submits to him is by pouring into him. These things make sense to them. Now, the thing is putting this into practice because your emotions can get in the way. And so you can get upset with this man and want to yell. You can get upset with this woman and want to demand. But it's not by might nor power. It's truly by putting your own emotions under subjection and knowing how to responsibly say what it is you need to say and go about getting what you need to get. So I'm going to begin. I want you guys to think about this. Here's the truth about submission. The world has taught us that submission means weakness. It means giving up control. But what if I told you submission is not about control? It's about influence. So let me ask you this. What man gets on one knee in front of a woman, the physically stronger of the two, and makes a request? A man asks a woman for her hand in marriage, pledging to protect her, provide, and care for her the rest of his life. That is submission. It's him saying, I'm kneeling before you, putting my life in service to you and our future together. Now, here's the key point. A man submits first when he asks for a woman's hand. Your role is not to dominate or control, but to inspire his submission by embracing your power, not fighting against him. Now, he's saying, I'm going to use my utility to service you, to give you a life. You have to know that means he's going to need your support. You have to know he's going to need your nurturing. You know this, and this is how you submit to him. While you're giving me the world, I'm going to support you. I'm not going to question you. I'm not going to doubt you because I know that you have my best interest in heart. You wouldn't be getting on your knees offering to give me what you have earned in your life if it wasn't the case, right? So he makes the first request here. Now, ladies, if you've been with a guy for some time and you've tried to get him to marry you, you know it don't work like that. You can't twist his arm and make him get on his knees. He's stronger than you. This man has to be motivated by love, inspiration to get on his knees and ask you for that. And if you've been a problem for him, he's never going to do it. This man will date you for 8 years and never give you marriage because every time he think of doing it, he'll begin to question you. Then he'll take another year of your time because of that horrible argument y'all had that day. And then now he's moving on and he's wasted 8 years of your life. And now you're frustrated. You feel like he's used you. And a lot of these things have gone wrong. When a lot of times you would have never had these issues if you would have been completely submissive to this man. And it's not a weakness, okay? A woman's true superpower. Think of this concept, the jockey and the racehorse. So I just want to paint a picture for you guys. A racehorse is a powerful, strong, fast, capable animal, right? But look at who rides the racehorse, a small, light jockey. If you ever looked at a jockey, they're actually very small in nature. Let me show you, hang on. So I want you guys just think about this allegory, okay? In this analogy, the woman is the jockey, okay? So this jockey, let's see if it's going to take me to it. Yeah, let's see if it shows that. Okay, as you can see, the jockey is actually really small, right? Okay, so the jockey doesn't try to overpower the horse. He doesn't yank or scream at it. Instead, he whispers. He guides, he feeds, stays close to his ear. He takes care of the horse. And because of that, the horse will run for him. The same principle applies to you, ladies. The more peaceful, encouraging, and inspiring you are, the harder the man will run for you. So if this jockey gets upset with this horse and he grabs it by its what do you call that bit in his mouth right here, this leash thing, he goes, come on with me. He can't make that horse move. There's no way. You can't beat this horse into submission. You have to be gentle with the horse, and the horse will do anything you want it to do. Now think about this. The jockey has to be light. How does a woman be light? by not coming to him with all of these nuanced issues. You're not spending enough time at home. Well, how are you sure that's going to work? Well, you didn't do it the last time. Well, you didn't take the trash out like you said you would. With all of these things right here. Instead, she finds more encouraging ways to say this because you can't make him do anything. He's stronger than you. And so a woman learning to use her power, she will learn that she can get anything out of a man. You cannot control him by force, though, but you can inspire him through softness and wisdom. And so learn your superpower, ladies. Lightness is the key. Don't be a burden. A jockey must remain light, not just in physical weight, but in spirit. If he becomes too heavy, too forceful, too aggressive, the horse will refuse to run. Many women don't realize that they're weighing their man down by being overly critical, combative, or draining. But when a woman knows how to be light in her energy, her words, and presence, that woman will have a man running his hardest for her, eager to take her into the future. The key point is this: being heavy in spirit through nagging criticism or lack of peace, it slows a man down. But when you bring lightness, he will give you his best efforts. You understand? And when doing so, you got to speak softly. This makes him move faster. When you're angry, speak softly. Okay. I know the natural instinct is to want to say it loudly, to make demands, but this is when you say it softly, regardless of how frustrated you are. I don't know if you guys saw the clip where Iyanla Vanzant was showing the lady how to get the most out of her man. And it was the woman talking to her husband, and she was saying, the kids don't act right when you gone. I don't know why you don't spend more time with them. Why they keep acting like this, and you don't never do nothing to them about it. And she says, you don't see what you're doing, but watch this. And she sat with him, and she held both of his hands, and she looked him in his eyes and said, listen, our children are not displaying the type of man that I'm sure that you don't want them to be, and I certainly don't want them to be. I chose you because I want my children to embody who you are. Can you spend some time with them and take a look at this? And he immediately said, absolutely. He got teary-eyed. She was even teary-eyed watching this on display because she realized I haven't been using my superpower. I've been trying to move this man through nagging and criticism, harsh criticism, rather than speaking to his soul. When I told him I needed him and became vulnerable, look at how much he lit up because I just said, my children are not embodying the type of man that you are. And I know that you aren't proud of that. And I want them to be somebody that reflects you. Can you spend more time with them? Because you know what that's saying? D-Ham, how much more would that get you to move?
It will. It'll get you to recognize, that what you signed up for is this is a moment that you got to step up to the plate. When a woman understands that, one thing about marriage, Kev, like you said, so I mean, I hate to even be on this panel talking with you when you're talking so perfectly. When you said how the man gets on his knee and he's in a prostrate of his position, his posture is in a way of submitting to the woman. When you got a man that's willing to get on one knee, ask you for your hand in marriage, he's already considered everything that's going to take to do whatever you ask him of. If you are gentle with him, if you know how to get the best out of him, he will do whatever it takes. And so he already has it within his DNA to do exactly what you need. The problem is it's a deterrence when you don't know how to respect and love and honor and respect the man enough to understand how to communicate that effectively so that he will honor his word and do exactly what you ask. But go ahead, Kev.
Perfectly said. And it's because they don't understand men. Okay. Many of them that didn't have fathers in their life through whatever the reason may be, whether it's the father's or the mother's fault. So they have a view of men that isn't actually holy and righteous. So they think men are just strong beings that don't need encouragement, that don't need compliments, that our ego does not need stroked in order to perform. They believe that. And so they believe that if a man needs that, it makes him weak. And that's just not true. A man can full well be confident, but the woman that he's with, he does want to know that she loves him, that she values him. And this is actually the fuel to his motivation. And if she only knew this, she'd pour it on real thick. You understand? I don't believe there's nothing you can do. You can't do, huh? And that motherfucker go here. I promise you, he will go do that shit. But if you're the type of woman that go, I ain't complimenting you, I ain't stroking no man's ego, but he's telling you you're the most beautiful woman he ever laid eyes on, you're backwards and you're wrong. You're dead ass wrong. Because if he said, why do you need to hear it? Why do I got to tell you that that dress looked good on you? Why do I have to constantly tell you that you look good? You would hate that because you're like, you're my man. Why wouldn't you tell me I'm beautiful? Why wouldn't you encourage me? And you would know that there's something wrong with that picture. But if he's constantly saying, I'm going to pour in you via my resources, my utility, you know this man isn't immortal. So you know that he's going to require something from you. And I think that because they don't understand men, they don't understand what their requirement is. And that is their true submission. How can a man truly submit for you and give you his life and utility if you don't submit your support totally to him, your trust completely to him? How? If you're not going to be vulnerable, but you want this man to pull the horse, you got 1 foot out the sled on the ground hitting the brakes while he's trying to pull you forward. I want to go this way. I don't want to go that way. I think that if we invest in this, well, I don't want to invest in that. What are we talking? Yeah. Yo, how can I give you a life if you're not going to trust me?
Yeah.
You understand? And so
absolutely.
Right. And so this is why I say to women, you got to understand to speak softly. When you're angry, speak softly. And here, do you know why? I'll say this. When a man hears a woman speak with control and control and gentleness in a moment of frustration, it triggers something deep inside of him. It makes him want to listen, to understand, to fix it. She reaches up and grabs his cheek. It puts her hand on his face, takes him by the hand, and she says, baby, listen. Instead of yelling and over talking him, I promise you he will listen to her. He's going to value what she says. And in most cases, women say, well, you don't want to hear me. Baby, it's how you saying it. You can't scream on a man. You're going to make his defenses stand up. And now he's feeling disrespected. And now he's wondering who you talking to like that. When you could have tried to control your anger and said this in a softer voice so where he could receive it. That makes him want to listen. It makes him want to understand so he can fix the problem. The moment you raise your voice, his defense is raised. But when you lower your voice, he lowers his guard. Remember this, lower your voice, he lowers his guard. Women, this is the art of seduction. You guys know this. Being really soft and gentle with a man makes him drop his guard. Seduce your husband. Why do y'all turn that off? When it's a man that y'all want, y'all will giggle and bat them damn eyes and do everything to make this man soften up. Why do y'all stop doing that with your husband? Why did you stop using your seduction? This ability, ladies, will have a man run into a war for you, and he ain't even got to be smashing you. You can get a stranger to become a warrior for you with your seduction. Why are you not seducing your husband? Why are you not putting the spell of seduction on your husband to make him go out and conquer the world? Why are you not hooking him up every single morning with a little, you know what, and then some compliments to go with that? Because I promise you, you won't be complaining about what he's not giving you anymore as far as a lifestyle, because that man will want you to have the entire world.
Yeah,
I promise you. But y'all got to be willing to feed the man. If he's gonna give you his life, you got to be willing to give him yours. And this doesn't make you weak. So instead of yelling, why don't you ever help around the house? Try saying, baby, it would mean a lot to me if you would take care of this for me. I'd appreciate it so much. And I guarantee you he moves faster. You understand? A man responds to softness much more than he does to aggression. A gentle request will move him way faster than a harsh demand ever will. The woman who inspires the man to give his best, and this is how a woman who inspires a man to do his best does this, okay? Understand, a man will always give his best to a woman who brings peace to him. Not stress, not war, but peace. When you master that, when you truly understand your femininity is a superpower, you'll see something incredible happen. The man who is strong enough to fight the world will willingly submit his strength to you. That man who could use his strength to dominate you in an alley will now get on his knees to use his strength to give you a lifestyle. If you submit to your femininity, please understand this. He'll willingly submit to you, not out of a weakness, but out of love and devotion. And that is a power. That's the power that you hold.
Yeah.
And so when you recognize your own superpower, ladies, I'll say it like this. Know that your submission, your softness, and your lightness, when used correctly, It'll make any man submit to you in the most beautiful way.
Yeah.
And it's not because he forced to, it's because he wants to. And when a man wants to do something for you, he'll do it better than you could ever imagine. Know your power, own it, and use it wisely, and watch how the world unfolds for you. And I'm going to say this. I gave advice to men earlier, D-Ham. I said the woman that is for you is the one that likes you for you, not the one that you got to give a whole bunch of money to get her attention, right? The same thing is true, ladies. That Steve Urkel, that guy who's jumping over shit and falling over shit to get to you, that's your speed right there. It's not the guy who barely see you and you got to put your titties on the table just for him to notice you. It's not the guy that you got to throw your booty to the first night just to get him to give attention to you. It's not the guy who say, don't come over my house if you're not smashing. That's not the guy. It's the guy who's like, can I take you out? Because that's your speed, because he is motivated by you. He's inspired by your natural beauty. I promise you. And we got to learn our value. We got to know where it lies. That man's motivation for you is exactly what's going to make him go out and give you the world. If you trying to be with the guy who you already given the box to on the first night just to get his attention, you don't motivate him. You're not motivating him to give you the world. He had to make sure he wasn't doing nothing for you to come through.
Well,
do you understand what I'm saying, D-Ham?
Yeah, I do. Let me say this, Kevin. I don't want to. I really want to get back to your video, but I want to say this, if y'all don't mind. I hope I don't offend no one. But what Kevin's speaking is straight facts, right? I think what has happened, especially with our Black American women, they have taken a hit based on a stigma that they're too loud, they have too much of an attitude, they are too overbearing, and a lot of our Black brothers, as soon as they I'm finding out they don't even have to have to claim into the money. Those are just the men that we are able to witness that they rather go to a different race and find peace with that, because they feel like those women are a little bit more softer. They're soft spoken. They're not bringing all the rah-rah to them every day. And I've seen this happen even with like my sons and their friends, you know what I'm saying, where they're somewhat gave up on Black women. And I'm like, hold on now. So I have to talk to them to encourage them, like, look, don't just somewhat shorten your options to just different races. But what Kevin is pretty much saying is, what the common denominator to all of this is that they don't want all of this nagging and attitude and overbearing, like, just domination of a man. So they want to be able to have peace in relationship, and oftentimes they'll seek it in different races because they feel like that's more of the ideal thing for them. You understand? So oftentimes when we see a brother finally get his bread up and he goes and marry a woman of a different ethnic, it's almost like sisters get upset. But what I've witnessed, speaking to Dwight Howard a couple of days ago, man, he told a story about how he met his woman, and the very qualities that Kevin is speaking of right now is why this Black sister got her Black king. And I love Black love. So at the end of the day, she exemplified these qualities. And maybe she had to go through some relationships to finally arrive there. Like he said, had they met at a different time span, they probably wouldn't be together. But she finally got herself together. She worked on herself. She did the self-work. And by the time God gave her an opportunity and presented a man, she was prepared. But go ahead, brother. You got it.
No, Deanne, brilliant brother, man. You definitely on point. And that it takes that. If you're not talking to him in a way that makes him feel powerful, why would you expect a powerful man? I wish ladies truly understood that they create the reality that they live in. They're with the man of their choice. The man that he is going to be is because of what she pours into him or not pours into him. And if she's expecting him to just be this stone man who's going to be disciplined all the time, determined all the time, confident all the time, and not need her support and nurture, then he don't need her. Then you're useless to him.
Correct.
And what woman wants a man who's useless to her? If I don't need you to nurture me, if I don't need your compliments, if I don't need your encouragement, what I need you for? What the hell I want you for then? I don't want a woman I don't need. I need my women's support. I need them to believe in me. You understand what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
I know that adds to me. I know that strengthens me. And I feel like if women feel like men are supposed to be this sufficient being, then they are denying their own superpower and what is required to make their life be beautiful. And that's how you pour into a man your superpower. Our superpower, man, D-Ham, is we can go. We don't get tired during pregnancy because we don't have to carry the baby. You understand?
Right.
We don't even know you're pregnant till you tell us. You understand? Her body slows down. It takes a toll on her body. She stretches out. She gets stretch marks. The birth could kill her. You understand? It can be really harsh on her. Nothing happens to me, bro. So I know my superpower. It's in my utility. So why wouldn't I give you my life and protect you? But you got to understand that you're my superpower because you're my nurturing. If you don't believe in me, baby, I can't do it. I wouldn't even want to do it for you if you don't believe in me. I don't want to give you shit if you don't believe in me. And I honestly think that the universe or God will curse a family when they don't work together like that. So I think when she's wondering, why don't God bless my husband? Because you don't pour into him. God is not going to give your husband the cattle on 1,000 hills or enlarge his territory because he has a wife that don't deserve it. I'm not blessing him because you don't deserve it. And I think in the same way, if you treat your wife like shit, why would God bless you when you're treating your wife like shit? You're out of the will of God.
Out of the will.
When you're not taking care of your children as a man, how dare you ask God to enlarge your territory? Because if he did, you wouldn't use it to take care of your children. Prayers can't just be for you. Why is it that he asked that his territory was enlarged? So his children and family could survive. We're asking for personal shit. And I think when you're in a relationship asking for personal shit, that's the problem. That's where the problem lies, D-Ham. It shows you're not in it to help this person build a family.
Yeah.
You're in it for what it does for you socially and emotionally.
Yeah.
You understand? You didn't text me today. Woman, listen, do not call me mad about it. I'm busy. You still my woman. I still love you with all my heart. That's not how you come to me. If I didn't text you this morning, how about you text me and encourage me then? What are we doing?
It's absolutely the case, Kev. And I think, oftentimes women, maybe, I don't know if they understand, that it's not all about them, but it is. So oftentimes women don't realize that being overbearing for the wrong reasons, it can drive a wedge where it shouldn't be, where it normally wouldn't be at. And you're 100% correct. Being self-centered to the point where it's all about you, it makes it tough for that man, especially if he married you. You got to understand the word says that when a man findeth a wife, he findeth a good thing, and he obtains favor from the Lord. So if he's looking for this woman that God has said all of his favor is going to come from, that God is going to open up so much blessings that's going to overtake this man, but it's got to come through his choice in the woman that he chose. So this is why I'm real heavy based on the man's choice, because the man's choice in the woman is almost like it's almost like his lifeline, or it could be his death sentence. The minute you choose this woman and you know good and well that was your choice, it becomes you pretty much a product of whatever decision that you made in that moment. It can almost backfire on you in an instant. So oftentimes when we look at the choices that God gives us, the man has a choice. The woman also has a choice. Her body, her choice. That means I don't have to lay with you. If you do anything outside of my no, it is considered a violation, and you should be incarcerated
Mm-hmm.
and held, and you know what I mean, and there should be some justice for me because I said no. But a man's ability to choose is his same sentence, but he has to now live his life with this toxic woman. He has to live his life with all of these toxic baby mamas. He has to go through life almost like he's going through hell because he chose wrong. So
Absolutely.
my thing is, when he find a wife, which means she's going to reciprocate the qualities of what this man needs, God says he finds a good thing and he's obtained favor of the Lord, which means that God comes into agreement and opens up the windows of heaven, and this man is living in bountiful blessings. It's
Absolutely.
predicated on how the woman falls into the wifely role.
Absolutely. I always say a woman is the most, for a man, your partner is the most important decision you'll ever make. The most. She's more important than your job and career because she can destroy it all.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
That's it, Cap.
All right, I'll continue some more. So I didn't slow down at all where they did, right?
Yeah.
So so because I have the utility, because I have the strength, I take pride in going out and winning the world for my wives. And so
I love all of this. All of this, I love. That's just I got to share. I can't get with that, but everything else you're saying, I'm like, oh yeah, I want that in a man. Like that's yeah. I just don't want to share him once I have all that.
Well, do you ever feel pressure when you all are out and you're on date night or wherever? You just maybe at the mall or at a restaurant. Do you ever feel pressure of like, okay, I know that our lifestyle is unconventional or untraditional to the world. Do you ever feel weird, or you're like, no, you stand on it when you're out? Like, no,
we stand on it. We go out with pride. We go out dressed alike. You're gonna know us when you see us.
I saw his profile pictures, him and both of his wives. I'm like, oh, he gonna put it on the profile picture. He wants you to know off the rip what type of time we are on.
Well, they want y'all to know off the rip. Now, because it'd be like, ain't nobody else joining because people always asking.
Ask you that. Can there be another wife?
No, there cannot.
Why?
Well, because we it's just like, say, a monogamous relationship. When you guys forge your relationship,
that ain't mad. Now I'm just playing. Let's continue.
Yeah,
it's built on principles and it's built on rules and a standard. So whenever we started our relationship, it was you two and that's it. So I've had many offers. I've had many TV shows try to hire me to do a show. But the goal is always that I have to be vetting for a third or something like that. And I'm like, I can't.
So what if one of the wives said, I found somebody that I think would call great in this tribe? You are not open to it?
Now, so
or they aren't.
So I most certainly would not be against it. Okay. But
talking like a true man.
Well, if they found someone and came to me and said they found someone that they love and want to be a part of our union, I'm sure it's not going to be a guy because they know I'm not with that, right? So I wouldn't hold them back from love. So obviously I wouldn't be against that, right?
So that's their rule, not yours. They saying they're saying nobody else.
Yes, and I honor that absolutely, and we should.
Well, you know what I love? That you guys have set a standard and you stick to that standard. Now, whether I agree with that standard or the world agrees with that standard, I love that you have set a standard and a precedent, and this is what we follow. And I think that people in general can learn a lot from that. It's like standing on what you stand in, no matter who doesn't believe in it, no matter who doesn't support it. It's like, this is a world that I created for me. These are my rules and regulations for my world, and this is what I'm doing. So I can respect that. I can respect anyone who sets a tone for their life and they follow that tone. I, however, believe in the blood.
Yes, ma'am.
A monogamous relationship, me and my husband's going to be one of him. It's going to be one of me. And that's what it's going to be. In the mighty name of Jesus.
And listen, and that's still holy and it's still sacred because it's the covenant that you guys have came to. You know what I mean? And so what we always try to say is that our goal is not to try and teach people to be polygamous like us. It's to teach people to have a harmonic relationship.
Whatever harmony means for you.
Right. The goal should be that you stay together long enough to raise your children until they're having children and giving you grandbabies, and you guys can sit there gray haired and look back at your whole legacy and see all of your children. And you guys stayed together through all of that. You know what I mean? So it's better for the children that we stick together and they have both parents. And it's better that the husband and wife have goals of working towards that greater future, not just the ins and outs of their relationship.
Yeah.
And just to be clear, this is not driven, just because I know off camera you just said that you didn't subscribe to a particular religion. So this is not driven from religion.
No, not at all.
This is just driven from your culture, like what you feel
Yes, ma'am.
you should be doing. Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I know the comments are probably going to have a field day with this. Just accepting the idea of polygamy, I think, is a very it's a very hot topic in general. I think whether you agree with it, whether you support it, whether you disagree with it, it is a topic that gets people going. And it's interesting just to hear the dynamic of like, okay, we set a schedule, because I always wonder, like, okay, who sleeps with who, or is it everyone's together? Is this a big smorgasbord of just we're all three in the same bed?
And some are like that, just based on their
based
relationship.
on what your harmony looks like for you.
Yes, ma'am.
So yeah, we're out of time, but this has definitely been an eye-opening conversation. You have almost 1 million followers on Facebook. Do you think that your perspective, because you're very vocal on your Facebook, I listened to your video about deadbeat dads and what that means, and deadbeat moms, and I thought that was a very interesting perspective. You felt that if you gave your child up for adoption or foster care, you gave your child up, you are a deadbeat dad or mom, which is
based on the context.
Based on that context. But something that you said that was very interesting, I wrote it down because this was the interesting part about that conversation for me. It wasn't necessarily deadbeat. It was, you said you don't get to outgrow that. And I thought about that because I'm like, well, we've all made mistakes that we have outgrown. And if someone held us all and defined us all by some of the mistakes that we know for sure we've outgrown, or mishaps or mindsets or behavior patterns that we know we for sure have outgrown, it's like, how fair is that to say you don't get to outgrow that?
It would seem very unfair, but because there's a child out there who still needs you, who still very much want to get to know you, who needs to know the person who created them, for goodness sake, it's got to be some type of accountability to go back and take care of that child. I think I said that because the question was, if you met a guy, like say I'm 41, okay? If I were to say I had a child when I was 14 or 15, 16, like I did, 17, something like that, and I wasn't there for that child because I was too young, didn't have my head on right. And you may ask the question, well, did you go back and take care of her? If my answer is no, I'm sure you would think a little less of me, right? I'm 41. I got a daughter out there who I do not see. And my excuse is because I was too young when I had her, but she's still out there somewhere. When I say some things you just can't outgrow, because on the flip side, we have to understand there's a child out there who didn't get you. So you didn't fulfill your parental obligation. As a person who grew up without a mother, my mother died when I was 3 years old. She didn't give me up or anything like that. But I also didn't grow up with my father. He didn't abandon me, but he spent the majority of my life, my childhood, in a marriage where he helped another lady raise her children. And I always was upset by that child gets to see my daddy every day. And that child gets to eat what my daddy eats. And he had all the best toys, with the things we asked for, it's like he had it all. And secretly, your children actually do envy you for that. When men who think that they are just, in a different relationship.
So you were more so referring to the context in which that question was asked in conversation, because you do believe in redemption. You do believe that people outgrow things and people can be redeemed of their mishaps and past mistakes and failures, correct?
Yeah, you could have went on to have a whole family and have 3 children by now. But if I know that if you were to tell me outside of your wife and the 3 children you do have a younger child that you had whenever you just didn't have yourself together, I would still try to encourage that man to go back and try to build a relationship with his child, because every person, even if they don't want you to be in their life, they deserve to know who their father is. I just feel like that's just a holy relationship that everybody should have access to.
I agree. I agree. Well, this has been a very insightful episode. If you want to hear some more of Kevin Wesley's beliefs, perspectives, philosophies, ideas, he has a bunch of content on his Facebook page. And I think that most people probably view your Facebook page because of your unconventional and diverse ways of thinking, I would say. I would define it as that. But thank you so much for coming on It's Negotiable Podcast. Let us know how you like this episode in the comments, guys. I know you guys have questions, comments, concerns. Put it in the chat right now. If there's some really good questions in there, maybe we'll get Kevin to come back on and answer some questions, or do a live.
I would love to.
Do a live and answer some questions.
I'm going to be in the chat with them. Like, okay, Kevin, one more.
Let's do another build. I'd be excited to.
Yes.
I do want to say real quick, relationships are about the people in them. So don't judge me, okay? If it's not the relationship for you, it's not the relationship for you, but they are about the people in them, okay?
He said, you ain't in this relationship, so it don't matter what. If you don't like what I'm doing, you ain't in it. It's me and Lacey and Jamie, okay?
Yeah, she's right. That's what I was saying.
So, family, as you all know, if you are part of the It's Negotiable family, we end every episode with the word of the day because we know that life and death lies in the power of the tongue. So, Amber, take us out with the word of the day.
I wasn't judging you, Kevin, but I do feel that you are extremely resolute. And resolute is our word of the day, which means admirably purposeful, determined, and unwavering. And like Ernestine said, I do admire how you are standing on business.
Yep.
It's your business.
Yep.
And it's your prerogative.
Yep.
And I love that you don't waver based on people's opinions or even my looks over here like,
Amber said,
I didn't even talk that much because I'm just all in. But I love it. I admire that you are like, hey, this is my truth.
Mhm.
This is my life. And I'm standing on it. So be resolute in your decisions. Be resolute in your choices. And what God called for you and for your life.
Absolutely.
don't none of y'all come in the comments talking about you got a little crush on Jay Morrison because we're only doing one partner around here, babe. It's only one partner. It's only one wife around here. But Kevin, maybe another story. But in the Morrison household, baby, don't you even try it.
Don't come over here either. Don't come over here either.
No. Yeah, he said we got enough. We got enough going on over here in the
His schedule is hectic.
his castle is full. Okay, your own man.
It's only 7 days in a week. I don't have room.
Right. Well, shout out to your wives. I'm sure they'll be watching this episode. Hello to you, ladies. Jamie and Lacey. Shout out to you all. And shout out to you all for watching. Happy Wednesday. Have a phenomenal rest of your week. This is Hump Day. Listen, resolute was the word of the day. Be unwavering in your beliefs. Yes. Happy Wednesday, and we will see you next week on another episode of It's Negotiable.
Shout out to Amber and Ernestine on that interview. Yes. That was a great interview.
Well, I must say that they're very interesting women. Very great interview, Kev. And thank you, Miss P Mo, the queen. Thank you so kindly for your kind words and you being in the chat and supporting this young man.
Chatty gave us her seal of approval as well. Thank you, Chatty.
Thank you, Chatty. Kevin Wesley is on another level, y'all. And let me say this, Kev. This is why you have so many haters, brother. Because you are the guru. You are the guru. You feel me? And it's gonna come with hatred. I think that you're very much equipped. You're quick on your feet. You're good at this being interviewed, and it's almost like you have you got it honest, brother. I don't think that nothing that comes from your mind and your way of articulating yourself and bringing forth understanding, even though some people try to make it seem like you it's manipulation. No, this is really the gift that God has given you to be able to just you're very interesting, you know what I'm saying? And people are they're somewhat they're drawn to you in so many ways. So your voice, your ability to communicate effectively, and people are drawn to how deep your thoughts go. So I think that you ought to keep on doing what you've been set here on this planet to do.
DM, I really appreciate that, bro. One thing about you, man, is you don't hold back when it comes to speaking life into people. That says a lot about yourself. Confident is the man who could speak life into another and not feel at all swayed or in comparison to him or nothing like that, man. So that truly shows who you are behind your eyes. And I look forward to being able to see that too. I know you have a great background. You're very wise in how you speak too. And I can't wait to see what all you do with your platform and all that stuff, man, because you constantly show signs that that you are. I say a king, because a true king has a purpose for his own life, and they don't feel reduced no matter what man they sit beside. And this is why they can freely give a compliment. Often when I meet people, the first thing I pay them is a compliment. I believe that wherever you see God, you praise God. So if I see somebody with a redeeming quality, I'm going to tell you. And people often call that manipulation. Look at Kevin, he leads with compliments. That's all I see. I don't look at people for negative aspects. I always try to find the thing that needs to be spoken life into and tell them I see it, because you don't get a mirror to your talent. It's unfortunate. You can look in the mirror and see yourself, but you can't look in the mirror and see your talent. And often you don't get to experience your gift. If you are a powerful singer, you'll never get to hear you in real time. If you write music, D-Ham, I heard your raps. You actually can write. You got skills, but you'll never be able to hear your rhymes in real time. You understand? So the way you hear other people rap or rhyme, you get to hear it for the first time, and you get to kind of enjoy it. Wow, that was complex. That was dope. Yeah. Your own bars, you have to craft them, so you don't get to experience them. You understand?
Right.
This is like the opposite of a chef. The chef can take time prepping the food, but he also gets to taste it. You will never get to taste your music for the first time like someone else could, because you wrote it. It's kind of ruined already. You know what you're about to say, so you don't get the shock value of hearing it for the first time, right?
Right.
And that's why I try to tell people about their gifts, because I know they don't see them. They're not in front of their eyes, they're behind them. And that you always lead with that, bro. So I always say that shows the nature of you. No matter what platform you get on, the first thing you lead with is something that person can take from and build off of. You understand what I'm saying?
I appreciate that.
You acknowledge and recognize greatness when you see it. And I just think that speaks to a person's power to be able to do that.
I appreciate that, man. That's much respect to you, Kev. Thank y'all. Thank you, Chatty Cathy. Thank you, Talk with P-Mo. I appreciate I appreciate you women. I really do. And Kev, man, you that dude, man. And I think it's just, man, man, I like to see you in this element, brother. I do.
And that's
so keep going
to the table, man. Again, we're gonna have a low audience for a while. And it takes a while to get out of those algorithms, but as long as you can stay focused on your content, you'll bring those people back to you that found you for the first time. When you know you have something to offer, just be diligent in continuing to do that process. One thing I want you guys to take from this interview is you can see by the end of this interview, these ladies were complimenting me. You understand?
Yes.
And they about how I stand on what I believe. I'm firm in that, and I have a confidence to go with that. And whether or not they agree with the relationship style, I'm sure they can see why a woman would choose me. You understand what I'm saying? And above all, guys, that's what you have to recognize as a man. Develop that in yourself. That same countenance that I have here, that same confidence, because I know what I want, because I've put time into it. I put thought into it. And I speak how I truly think. And that alone is what's made me so special. I would have never known my gift if I didn't say it out loud, D-Ham. I was always looked at as the black sheep at home, because nobody understood me. The things I was saying, they always took was weird, because they didn't have the mental capacity to truly take on what I was trying to say. But when I began to talk online and put my thoughts into the world, that's when I became this worldwide known guy. And so I love that. I love how beautiful my mind is. I've always had access to it, so I didn't know how beautiful it was until I hear people tell me, man, that was compelling what you just said. Everybody's mind don't think those thoughts, Kevin. You have truly a unique mind. And so learn your gift too, family. And you only know if it's a gift if you present it. You got to put it out there to the world and watch it unravel for you. Since I started talking to D-Ham, and this was years ago, I found myself in places like this around, the likes of celebrities and different people. And then people like yourself too, who has met me from, just my teachings, or you met me, of course, in the saga, but it's always because of my mind that people connect with me through. And I think that, like you said, this is why people don't like you right here. And so that's why people try to point to my physical and try to find things wrong with me, because they want to discount the fact that I actually have something to offer. No matter where you sit me down, if we're having a conversation, people are going to be able to take something from that and transform their life with it. You understand? I know I'm a life changer, a world changer. When people ask me, how am I doing? I always say amazing, because that's my way of speaking kind of prophetically over myself. I know that I'm amazing in the sense that I amaze people. My mind, my thoughts captivate people. Honestly, they wow people, so to speak. You see what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
When I tell you how many brothers, bro, come to me and say, man, I hated to hear you say that men are who submit, but I cannot deny it. As much as a man wants to be in his ego and say, hell no, we don't submit to women, they submit to us. They have to admit, yo, we do get on our knees and spend our life taking care of them. It's kind of hard to argue that they are the ones submitting.
Right.
It's kind of hard to argue that because they didn't come to
Yeah.
you and beg you to take care of them. You went to her to ask her, could you take care of her? Like, how else is that not submitting, bro? If somebody
Absolutely.
can try to hurt her, you will put your life on the line. You're definitely submitting to her, bro. You're opening her car door for her. You're pumping her gas for her. You paying her bills, and you don't know you submitting?
But see, that's the man. I'm gonna tell you how it's almost like we sabotage our own blessings, right? I recall Fantasia going on the the Breakfast Club, and she talked about submitting to her husband. And I mean, the woman got so much backlash from other black women because they felt that that was a taboo word, and they felt like it's beneath them to understand what submission sounds like. What it sounds like is they don't understand what it actually is. And so what you just explained today, I never heard it put in such an elegant way of understanding. And you even got those two women on that panel to take notice of how you presented that. And it made you understand it from a God point of view.
Absolutely.
And I think that where the confusion sometimes come in at is that women often found themselves in situations where it looks like they're giving, but nothing's coming back in return. And I think women, y'all have to get back to your softer side so that you can see the God in your man, so that you can pull out of him what belongs to you. So that being said, Kev, I appreciate you, big dog.
Hey, D-Ham, in closing, I think a lot of people don't understand this. The damsel in distress, okay? She's vulnerable. She could have a very toxic nature in normal times. In fact, she could just be pretending to be the damsel in distress just to weaponize the man, right?
Right.
But whether her motives are pure or not, she knows she has to become vulnerable to become a damsel, right?
Right.
And they know that, so they'll become a victim. Hey, I need help. This man is trying to hurt me. He did this to me. They know that this makes men move, right? It's their softness. Yeah. And so just keep in mind, if you're with a guy and you're mean to him and boisterous towards him, but he's supposed to be your protector, but you're screaming on him and yelling at him, you're making him weaker. But if you encourage him, just know this: a man will do 10 times more for a soft woman. When he sees you as innocent, he will do all he can to protect you. But if he knows you're a drama starter, because you're starting it with him, if he knows you would talk to him any kind of way, but then expect him to help you whenever you start some drama with somebody else, he'll begin to lose a lot of respect for you. I promise you. And he'll know you don't respect him either. And so if you value the man's strength, don't disrespect his strength by screaming on him and hitting him and being disrespectful. That is completely unreal. You see what I'm saying? And so,
absolutely. Yes,
right.
Sir.
If you want a high performing man, it takes respect. That's the number one way to fuel him. Respect his strength. And I don't mean with fear. I mean respect it. Most women wouldn't talk any kind of way to any man because he's stronger than them. And they know that if the opportunity presented himself, she's at a disadvantage. If you know your man is your protector, you know he's stronger than you. So why would you violate that contract of him being your protector and you start screaming on him like you're his protector? And this is what makes us feel so disrespected. We start thinking, you must think I'm a bitch. You must think I'm some loser. You screaming on me like I ain't shit.
Yeah.
It'll make us just leave the house, bro. It'll make us not even want to be around you. Am I lying to you?
And you're not lying. Dwight Howard said the same thing. Listen, y'all, this is a very well-to-do man, right? This man is well off. He doesn't have to settle down. He really don't. He can live the rest of his life as a single brother and living his life. But what he did say, Kev, the other day, if you remember, if you recall, he asked his now wife, what do you prefer, love or respect? And she said, I prefer to operate in respect,
Mm-hmm.
because if I'm a respect what I love, it's actually going to be the catalyst to love.
Absolutely.
I want y'all to understand this, y'all. And I know a lot of us, if we understand spirituality, because we're all here by the grace of God. In the scripture, when Adam and Eve sort of kind of fell, one of the punishments that God gave Eve was that she would have to somewhat honor her husband. He pretty much told her that it's got, like, your punishment to this man is that he said that
Your desire would be to
your
rule your
desire
husband,
would
but
be
you
to
can't
your
rule over
husband,
you.
right?
Mm-hmm.
That word desire, Kev, means respect. He
Mm-hmm.
he only required the man to love the woman. The woman does not have that same obligation. She has to respect the man. The minute a woman disrespects that man, he realized, I'm not loved by her.
That's how we feel. We associate that. Let's just think about this later. The first time you run to your friends to complain about your boyfriend in which you love, know that you're disrespecting him by telling his business. So if you respected him, you would never tell his business, and you would talk about your issue with him. And to us, that feels more like love. Because in our mind, if you love me, why are you going and telling my damn business? You see, that's how we'll look at it. Like, but you don't understand. I just needed validation. No, I can't trust you no more. Get out. You're a spy. You're doing disrespectful things to somebody you say you love. Would you ever talk to me out of the way in public? Would you ever talk at your man in public? If you love him, sure. You're mad at him, so why wouldn't you go off on him in public? You love him regardless. You can go off on somebody and love him still. But to a man, when you disrespect me by going off on me in public, to me that says you don't love me. Because in my weird mind, I think if you love me, you'd never do that.
You would never do it.
And I instantly start feeling like you don't love me because you're disrespecting the shit out of me. And then the next question is, do you respect yourself? Because you're publicly embarrassing me, and I would never embarrass you in public because it would embarrass me to embarrass you in public. I don't want to be seen in public yelling at my wives. And if I'm willing to do that, I have to have low self-respect, right?
Correct.
So it's like you sacrifice everything when you do this. And so it makes it seem like you don't love the person or yourself, really. You know? And I always say this. My closing statements will just be this. Ladies, know this. A man will not be softer than you. D. Ham can tell you this first off.
Come on.
When we first meet you, we'll be as gentle as you want us to be. We'll be as gentle. But if we find that you a tough ass and the way you talk to us is no way like we talk to you, we give it to you, watered down and filtered. We go around Jacob's Barnes 20 times just to get you to receive it. But when you talk to us, you direct, we'll start being direct with you. Because if we softer than you, you ain't going to like us. You won't like a man softer than you. So if I find out that you can dish it, I know you can take it. So if you tell me about myself in the worst way, but when I'm telling you about yourself, I have to say it in all these different nice ways and work my way through it, you can forget about me bringing it to you in a way that's receptive to you because you coming to me like I ain't shit. And so now your husband or boyfriend's talking to you in a way that's different than he first met you. He has an attitude now. He talks at me now because you've shown him you're not no soft cookie. And so now he talking to you like hell you can handle it. Because he's not gonna let you bully him. He's not gonna be softer than you.
And that's the thing, y'all. Let's just say your man ain't treating you right. He's obligated to love you as Christ loved the church. He's obligated, right? But if your man ain't treating you right, he ain't doing right by you, he ain't getting away because he's gonna be held accountable for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
But what happens is women sometimes try to take on the fight or of giving that man a taste of his own medicine by, somewhat going chest to chest with him. You're literally are now out of your character. You're out of your element, and you're operating out of your you're operating in a masculine trait right at that point. You've stepped out of your own femininity to feel like you need to fight back when it's not even your fight. If that man can't love you properly, he's out of the will of God.
Absolutely.
And that's just the facts.
You are absolutely right, Dham. And so let's just say your man does cheat on you, right? You could go to punish him. You could go scream on him and tell the world your business and jeopardize everything he's ever earned. Or if you're planning on staying with that man, you tell him genuinely how he made you feel. Remember, you're that damsel in distress. He'll give his life for you. Look him in his eyes and tell him how that hurt you. You tell him, hey, you're supposed to protect me. When you cheat on me, you're not protecting me. You're breaking my heart. You're risking me to all these different things. And baby, that's not protecting me. And if you're not going to be my protector, I can't be with you. You understand? You're actually a detriment to me because you're lying to me. You're not protecting my heart. You're not thinking about how this will weigh on me. And you're not thinking about what it does to my body. If you're cheating on me. But if you go to yelling and screaming at him and throwing shit at him, that really ain't how you get him to be faithful and loyal to you. He needs to see.
It ain't.
Yeah, he needs to see what his bad decisions is doing. You entertaining that woman, look at what it cost home now. I'm never going to be the same because of what you just did. You just broke me. Why did you lie like that to me? Why did you treat me like that? Why did you entertain this woman behind my back for so long? And then he'll understand as a man, that was not worth it at all. Entertaining that woman was not worth me losing the trust of my wife. She once believed in me. And when I look at her, I don't see that shit no more. That's a hell a man will live in.
Yes. And see, and we're talking about honor and we're talking about respect. That's what a man requires to be a man, y'all. Think about this, Kev. And I know you were close to ending this. But that's what it requires for us to be a man. You agree with that, right, Kev?
Yeah.
Now, listen to this. When God also gave the children a responsibility. He said, children, honor your mother and your father so your days will be long upon the earth. Right? That is a prerequisite. That is something that is expected of a child. Now, when you honor your mother, I'm telling you straight up, man, there's been whippings I swear to God I felt like I didn't deserve. There's been times where I felt like, man, as soon as I get grown enough, I'm going to tell my mama off. You know what I'm saying? But I honored my mother. I honored my father. And then I came to the knowledge of understanding I deserved those whippings. But I honored them. I never once went out calling CPS, try to destroy my parents. I never once tried to cuss them out in their home. I never once tried to swing back on them. Like, this is something that is in us to understand that we're supposed to respect them. They could be out here on crack. They could be out here in the street, but you still are obligated to respect your parent. People are encouraging the disrespect to parents, and I don't understand it. So basically, if we're talking about respect, it comes with so. And so if the man is not getting the respect from the woman, there's going to be repercussions because of it. The man is not going to feel like a man. He's not going to want to be in that union. He's not going to want to be in that relationship.
And even if he
going to
stays
want to
in
have to, he's not even going to want to make love.
Right.
Go ahead, Kevin.
He's not going to work. He's not going to have the stamina, the wherewithal, the nuggets that God drops into his mind that makes him so inspired to create is going to go away. You reduce that man all the way down when you stop respecting him. You understand? We cannot cooperate. We cannot function without it. This is something that a man truly, truly needs. And Pimo put something here that was very key. You're not even supposed to disrespect your children. Okay? Children are not supposed to disrespect because you break them down, you deteriorate them. You're not supposed to provoke your children to anger by talking to them any kind of way. Now understand this.
Exactly.
If they're teaching us as parents to teach those who to treat those who precede us with nothing but respect, and we're older than them now. If they're teaching us this, it's because no one works well being disrespected. And this information is good for everyone. No one should be disrespecting another because it deteriorates their character, their mental faculty, and who they are as a person. Don't disrespect your children. Don't disrespect your spouse. Don't disrespect your wife. And you think about this. As much as it deteriorates a woman's mind and mental faculty when he cheats on her, that's how we feel whenever she badmouths us, speaks down on us in front of people, doesn't believe in us. You understand? Because our way of respecting a woman is honoring her. This means not embarrassing her in front of other women. You understand? It means representing ourselves well, like we have a wife, even when we're outside of the home. And this is a job that needs to happen daily for men. We shouldn't be in other women's faces all flirting with them, telling them how beautiful they are. When we have wives at home, that energy should be poured into your wife. You understand? And so I always say, men, the moment you stop being masculine for your wife, which is complimenting her, working for her, producing for her, is the moment you have failed as a man. And if you found yourself giving other women compliments when you go out to work or if you're online, you're making a mistake, because the moment you get ready to compliment another, save that shit and go give it to your wife. Trust me, if you begin to feed your spouse instead of feeding other people, your spouse who becomes nurtured. If you got a husband that you don't listen to, you won't follow his lead at all, but then you go to work and you can do that for the boss man, you're out of balance. What if you gave all of that cooperation to your husband where it belonged? What would your family look like then? So you're getting promoted at work, but your marriage is failing. If you implemented the same things you're doing at work to your home, your home would work, because marriage is your first business. But people forget that, D-Ham.
Absolutely, Kev. And I think I mean, you couldn't have put it no better, man. All of this is predicated on respect and honor. And I think if you want a well working machine, you want your husband to produce and actually be at his best. That's what you women really should be desiring, that your man is operating at top peak performance. Because if he's not, that's a detriment to your household. Like Kev just said, your children are going to feel the weight of that. I just think that when women want love, you have to really understand that it's going to come through how you treat your man, and you're going to get everything that you desire if it's really being presented to him the right way. So I think Kev is 100% on it.
Indeed, brother. And until the next build, man, I think I always tell you to text me whenever you're gonna go live so I can make sure I'm a part of it. I'll start doing the same with you, man, and chatting them too, because I really like when you guys are a part of it. Yeah. But
well, man, this was great. The interview was great. The ladies that interviewed you, great job. I hope I wasn't too critical of them. And Kev, just a great job, man. Overall, great job.
Thank you, brother. Until next time, guys. Make sure y'all catch me on the next one. We'll be doing more builds, and I'll try to advertise on the next time. This one's just hot on my spirit. I woke up with the thought in mind about submission and what it truly takes to get that partner that you want in the life that you want from that partner. And I just said, okay, I'm gonna teach this lesson, and to do that, I'm gonna show this interview right here. So that's what it was for today, and I'll be back with you guys with another banger again this week. Okay, and thank you so much, D-Ham.
No problem.
Peace, everyone. Yes, sir. Peace, everyone.